Ay, push start, ay, ball so hard, ay, raise the bar, ay, turn into a star, ay, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, cause it's fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, about too hard, yeah, I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort, yeah, your coach getting severed, the industry dry, it's a desert, do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better, straight double use, this my letter, don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy, they tryna figure out what's on our plate, infinity sideways, we already ate, skipping this basics, skipping this classes, stay out of trouble, now I can relate, nevertheless, again, I'm doing great, I just finished this thing, ain't no debate, you ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate, yeah, I take my place at the summit, I can't wait till we countin' them hundreds, I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming, and some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running, but very soon I'ma run it, I demand it, man, I want it, push start, ayy, ball so hard, ayy, raise the bar, ayy, turn into a star, ayy, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Rainbow Six Pro League for the Southeast Asia region. I'm Monkey Fist, and I'm joined by Cthulhu. How are you doing, man?
Doing pretty actually good, and really excited for tonight's games, really, and just excited to be back into casting SEA.
Yeah, did you cast much of the first half of the season? I think we casted a game or two, didn't we?
We have seen quite some action, yeah, together.
Yeah, so, we had that quick break for the... quick break. A bit of a long break, I suppose, for the Invitational.
Break, yeah.
Southeast Asia had their own representative there in Giants Gaming. They didn't do too well, unfortunately, but, I think that they definitely show a lot of promise as a whole international team. And, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing them. But let's focus on tonight, Cthulhu. Last night, we saw the top 4 teams going at it. Tonight, we've got the bottom 4 teams going at it. This is on the current ladder, I suppose.
Yeah, on the current ladder, and just overall, there's been a fair few matches that had quite a skill gap there. But really, with tonight's matches, I reckon we're going to be seeing quite some close scorelines, honestly.
Some close scorelines. Yeah, I think it definitely is going to be a bit of a slogfest down in the lower echelons of the ladder, I suppose, because all of the teams are going to be fighting to try and stay out of relegation, although I believe there might be some changes in terms of that. But here is the ladder as it stands right now. Giants leading the way. They managed to not get one more point than Q Confirm last night, who were their other rivals. They were tied up before it all started last night. But Q Confirm managed to lose a game and win a game, whereas Giants managed to draw a game and win a game. So they are one ahead. But what we have to focus on is those bottom four Cthulhu. Yeah, take us through them if you can. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, well, we have the Team 1122, who has been kind of seeing a bit of a resurgence within the SEA scene. For those who followed the SEA for quite a bit, this name will be quite familiar. And there were quite some of the old members from the original team that actually was back when even Pro League was only then beginning within APAC. And well, for now, it is going to be like the first two maps that we will be seeing will be Polar Race versus 200 Degrees, and then we will be seeing 1122 actually battle against Team Script, who are currently placed. So Polar Race is on number 7, 200 Degrees on 8th place, Script on 6th, and 1122 on 5th. So far, I reckon both of those matchups really are going to be quite close, and I would not be surprised if we will be seeing quite a few of the draws as well, really.
Yeah, I suppose one of the things we can talk about with Script is how they used to be I think they came second in season 9, I believe it is. They made it to a Pro League finals along with Aerowolf at the time. But unfortunately, they seem to be sliding down the table with Q Confirm and Xavier really coming in representing the Thai region, and also we've got 1122 who are now ahead of them, and of course Lasay as well, who've been doing really great lately.
Yeah, Lasay has been doing pretty well, but...
Yeah, we got to move on. Polar Race Esports, here is their roster. Maze, Skitter, Border Tech, JDF, and Panday.
Yes, so far this roster has seen quite a few, so far on a single successful matchup, which was actually against Xavier out of all the teams, and they managed to actually take a really nice clubhouse off them with the 7-4 scoreline. So they showed that they have some really nice potential, but the final few days is going to be where they will be proving themselves that they are pretty much, they need to stay out of the relegation.
Yeah, in terms of their roster though, I think the ones that have stood out to me the most has been Panday and Border Tech as well. But we do have 200 Degrees over here as well. Nunrai, Baroque, Zists, Minimalist, and TZK God. Now, they have a lot of Zs in their name. That's the one thing I can definitely tell you about this team.
Yeah, and all of them has been seeing quite a few good performances, but just weren't able to close out really any of their matches so far. They had a few really close maps, but overall just, they were missing out on that final bit, that final push, unfortunately for themselves.
Yeah, so I remember when I first had come in to cast a match of SEA. This was one of the first teams I was casting, and the co-caster I was casting, I think it was Lan, was saying to me how these guys were brand new. They only just made it in. I think it was this team. And I was like, yeah, no worries. And I wasn't really expecting them to be that great, but they really surprised me. Even though they didn't win the matchup, they were going up against one of the better teams, and they definitely held their own for what they're worth.
Yeah, all things considered, they had some really good scorelines against teams like Q Confirm or even Lasay. They had 4-7, 5-7 scorelines. So it's not that they really got pretty much bulldozed or anything. They really pretty much put up a fight and a challenge to each one of their teams. So honestly, I wouldn't be writing them off for this matchup, because this could probably be one of their closest matchups and one of their closest chances to really gain themselves some points.
Yeah, it's kind of like the cellar dweller battle, isn't it? It's to see, it's, if there was relegations this season, and don't quite quote me on this if there is or isn't, but looking ahead to the new changes for Pro League, if you're not aware of them, you should go and watch the videos from the Sixth Invitational about them. Then this would kind of be one of those very important matches in the terms of who gets relegated and who gets to stay. Now, of course, we also have had some changes to how the Pro League is going to be structured. All offline events have been cancelled due to current events in the world. So instead, there's less on the line in terms of that, especially for those top tier teams, but they are still playing for prize money. They want that pay packet at the end of the day.
Yeah, prize money is still going to be a very good leverage here for each one of the teams to push themselves as hard as possible, no matter what, really. But yeah, it certainly takes off that slight bit of pressure about the relegations. Um, but I certainly would think that for 200 degrees, this would be the prime time for them to really go hard at it. But let's take a look at the bans so far. So, and well, the map pick as it is. So, could you run us through that one?
Sure.
Just...
So we have ended up on Clubhouse. Clubhouse, of course, a map that is very well played, I suppose, in pretty much every region, right? Like it's been a mainstay for so long. It had its little update and it was out for a bit while that was getting updated. And I must say that it's definitely been one of the much better competitive maps. It's and it hasn't really ever fallen out of favor for a lot of teams.
Yeah, we've seen a fair few times when teams would really kind of reinvent even almost how one or another side would be really held, and it's always, even with the fact that Clubhouse has been in the meta for quite a while, like you mentioned, it's still ever evolving. And to kind of dial back on stats as well, this was the only map that was successful for Polar Race, which is quite interesting as well to me.
Yeah, so they'll probably be very happy with that coming on through. I do remember that 200 degrees seemed to like Coastline, but they've banned that one out for us tonight. I suppose going back to Clubhouse in terms of the ever-evolving strats, like, especially with new operators coming in, like, when we had Maverick, and Maverick became really powerful on Clubhouse, and, the SSG strat is now so well known just on Clubhouse alone. We also saw the Sinister strat last night in ANZ.
Oh, man.
Completely baited the wrong bomb site, and the team fell for a hook, line, and sinker. So, it might be a bit too early since that's been revealed for people to start emulating it. But I really liked it, and wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see it come out more.
Oh yeah, I certainly love seeing some Clubhouse plays, and yeah, like you mentioned, it's ever evolving with Sinister bringing out some strats in the recent games. It's certainly been quite a pleasure to see how they've played it out. So yeah, I'm not excluding the fact that both of these teams might be busting out maybe the very depths of their strat books and see how whether they will be able to take the dub here or not. But overall, I reckon we might be just seeing more or less kind of conventional playstyle, like a bit more of a kind of turtled defense with like maybe a pinch here and there of just some aggressiveness. Primarily, I would say from Polar Race, as 200 degrees, at least from my memory. I think 200 degrees played a little bit more conventional, kind of textbook kind of style Siege, where they would just play very much kind of very passively.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's the thing about Southeast Asia, isn't it? Like they play, I suppose all of Asia as well. They're very aggressive. They like to, get up in your face, go for runouts, and they play a lot more loosey-goosey rather than, super strat heavy, especially for some teams. And that's where I suppose you can see the success from some teams like Giants, who do focus a lot on their strats, but they still have that aggression in their blood when they need to channel it.
Yeah, and the first thing that actually comes to my head when I, under the first association of SEA is finger rushes. Like, at least as of recently. Like, even Xavier, Q-Confirm even did practice that a fair few times. And I do believe when Mentalist was a part of... when he was already a part of Fnatic, he said that those finger rushes gave him PTSD at that point. Like, they were that scary.
Yeah. I remember when Fnatic were qualifying for the Sixth Invitational, they were up against the Xavier roster, and they were... they were really struggling to deal with that Finker, because I was sitting behind them watching them play, and because I wasn't casting for that one, but they were really struggling. It was rough.
Yeah, so I'm certainly expecting to see maybe at least one or two of those Finker rushes just to see how things will go from there. But overall, really, for Polar Race, on paper, it looks like they might be able to take it at the very least the first map. Just statistically wise, because this was their they played Clubhouse only once, and this was their only victorious map so far. So maybe they could replicate their success here. Whereas on the side of 200 Degrees Clubhouse is far from being. Well, actually, let me take a quick peek at the maps that they played. The Clubhouse was the least successful one. It was a 2-7 against Team 1122. So it wasn't even the top tier of the SEA Pro League that they've lost to on Clubhouse. So this might be ringing a few bells here within the first map, but hey, maybe they've done their prep, maybe they've done the VOD reviews.
Yeah.
Maybe that the first half of the experience kind of is gonna kick in here.
Well, I suppose that's the thing, right? Well, we can only look at the final stats, you and I. Like, we can only see what's written down on paper at the end of the day. However, we don't see what goes on in their scrims, what goes on in their practice, and also, you know, maybe the result against 1122 isn't really indicative of how, you know, if they had a bad day, or, you know, or if the other team, or 1122 had a really good day. Like, I believe I did cast that match, and if I remember, 1122 were on fire for that one. But the fact that it's a best of one ban phase and they've let it slip through tells me that they are very confident on Clubhouse. Otherwise, they would have definitely banned it out. Like, it's not like it's picked when you've only got one ban in a best of 3 picking ban phase.
Yeah, you got the point there, yeah. And obviously there was quite, like we mentioned before, quite a break in between the first half and the second half of the Pro League season. So maybe they had some plentiful amount of time really to prep up that Clubhouse as well. So yeah, you got a very good point there. So I'm certainly quite curious to see what will 200 Degree bust out, because they definitely have the potential to take the wins, especially here. And this is probably going to be as close of a matchup as it really can get, really. I mean, Clubhouse in general, you can play it however you want. It supports both of the roaming, like heavy roaming playstyles, as well as the full-on turtle playstyle, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, so going back to taking the break, and also about current events and how the future's going to go out. One thing that Lunar Metal said to me was that, you know, they're not going to completely take their foot off the pedal. Gosh, but you know, it gives them an opportunity to relax a bit, and especially for someone like Lunar Metal, he can focus on his exams. And so I wonder if there's going to be an opportunity for some of these teams that are lower down to, you know, put their nose to the grindstone while these other teams are going to take it a bit easier, so they can get in a lot of training without having to worry about every single match they're fighting for survival.
Yeah, I suppose you're right on that one. It's just, the overall pressure is going to be slightly less here, and well, maybe it's just 200 Degrees just want to have just overall fun.
Yeah, you always play better when you're having fun, aren't you? But in case you're wondering, while we're still talking and the game hasn't started, we're having just a slight delay, unfortunately, guys. Some players are having some server issues connecting to the game, so we're going to keep talking, I suppose, for the time being. Maybe we should revisit some of the games last night. Oh, sorry, what was that?
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, maybe we could revisit and talk about some of the games we saw last night. You know, I've already glossed over those score lines, but there was some good storylines as well. I don't know if you had a chance to sit down and watch some Cthulhu, or...
I had a slight peek here and there, but I wasn't able to really fully dedicate. But I mean, looking overall at the score lines between Q-Confirm and Xavier trading the maps, and a draw by Lysae against Giants, now that is quite something formidable in my opinion, honestly.
Yeah. So I suppose we can go over some of the stories. If you want to go back and watch it, I'd highly recommend. So in the first series, it was Xavier versus Q-Confirm. Now the Q-Confirm roster used to play under the Xavier name, and also a couple of players on the current Xavier used to play on the Q-Confirm roster. The current one, oh, that's getting a bit confusing. So you know, it was a bit of a grudge match, a bit of a slog. Like Xavier are, you know, they're in third place on the table, but they're still a further, like I think they were almost at half the amount of points that Q-Confirm had at that point. So, you know, they were definitely struggling in the season a lot more than what Q-Confirm were, but then to come out swinging and take a whole map off of them, and I think it was fairly dominant as well.
I mean,
it's definitely
7-3 scoreline.
Yeah, 7-3. I think it was at the half switch. It was a 3-3 first half, and at the half it was all Xavier in that first map, and a very similar storyline for the second map. So yeah, it was definitely a great fight between two evenly matched teams. And then, of course, in the next series, we had LeSay versus Giants. Now, LeSay, 4th place at the moment, and they're still in 4th. I don't know, you don't really expect them to be able to get a draw against Giants, but that's what they managed to pull out anyway. They were down 6-4, I believe, so they had to fight back against 2 match points to get their way back into it and to finally get a draw. And, you know, it was... I asked Luna Metal after it, and he was like, you know, it was a bit of an arrow throw right there. And but yeah, great mental fortitude from LeSay, and of course they're a great squad that we can look forward to. But still waiting on the word for these this break, guys. But sorry for this server issues for these players before we can get started. Estimated time was a 5-minute delay 7 minutes ago.
Well, yeah, it happens. Unfortunately, with the game, sometimes just has its own issues and just
yeah. It's just everyone understands the difficulties that can come with online gaming.
Yeah. But actually, I want to get your opinion. So, with so far the way how things have been going through, do you reckon we will be seeing any kind of big upsets? Because say, let me just quickly take a peep at. So Xavier has 2 more chances to gain themselves a total of 12 more points, which actually should be able to propel them, in theory, above Q Confirm.
It's going to rely on Q Confirm dropping some points, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's going to rely on Q Confirm to actually drop quite a fair few points, and actually either that or take 2 draws and then 2 losses.
So who do they have coming up in the final 2 play days, Cthulhu, if you can?
So Q Confirm and Xavier. So Q Confirm currently have, just waiting for the match. So Q Confirm actually got Giants coming up, and then Polarace. And then for Xavier, they got 200 Degrees and Team 1122.
So I suppose it really comes down to the only matchup that you'd have to go the way you don't expect it would be kind of Q Confirm versus Polarace, I suppose. Maybe even Q Confirm versus Giants is one of those ones that could go either way. Like, it's not like an expected result.
Yeah, I'm certainly very excited for that, for the Giants versus Q Confirm, because yeah, that will be quite a barn burner, and quite a whole lot of things will be actually dependent on that, and probably actually, if Giants would end up winning, would probably solidify their position in the first place.
You're making me a little jealous, Cthulhu, because I can't look at all the stats and everything while I'm running production on my computer. That's what I'm doing today. So if I look like I don't know anything, it's because I can't look it up. Unfortunately.
Right. What else can we talk about? This.
Yeah, we're just filling for time at this point, aren't we?
Yeah, we could actually go for some theory craft as well for the second map between the 200 Degrees and Polarace.
All right.
Because here's some stats for you as well, Monkey. So even though 200 Degrees haven't managed to take a win so far whatsoever, the closest maps where they went 5-7 scoreline, so 1 round difference in between a draw and a win for the other team, was Coastline, Bank, and Border.
Yep.
Whereas their worst map is actually Cafe, where they ended up losing 1-7 to Team Script, and followed by it was actually Clubhouse, funnily enough. So do you reckon we will be seeing something like, say, maybe Clubhouse, or like one of those 3 maps that they've so far banned out, actually, funnily enough?
Well, one of the things I do want to say is that with such a long break, that kind of information is kind of getting to the point where it's almost obsolete, isn't it? It's kind of getting to the point of, you know, we've had all this time to kind of study our opponents and prepare and everything in between. So it's not like it's fully obsolete, but it's getting to that point.
Right. Yeah. Fair point.
But yeah, I suppose, like, I want to come into this with a fresh mind, a fresh thought on how these teams are going to play, rather than try and go off of previous analysis.
Sorry, pardon? No, you broke up for me.
I'd want to go into this with a fresh mind, rather than try and go off of previous analysis, especially with just because of how big the break's been, really.
Yeah, I mean, you have a very, very good point. Yeah, a fair few teams have had the time to kind of reset mentally, prep up themselves, get the fresh strats going for that matter. And even with the Polarace here, being under the new flag, under the new org, getting some prep and maybe just getting some extra support from the org could have probably changed some things around for them as well, which I'm actually quite keen.
Here's something fun we can do there, Cthulhu.
All right.
Do we want to boldly make a prediction and stick behind it?
All right, I'll play that game.
All right. Go on.
I reckon for Clubhouse, we probably going to see. I'll probably call something around 7-4 maybe for Polarace.
7-4 for Polarace.
Yeah.
I'm going to go the opposite. I'm going to go with 200 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
And I might go with we'll go 7-5. It's going to be a struggle.
All right. Well, let's see who will win, as we are actually just transferring onto Clubhouse, ladies and gentlemen. 200 degrees versus Polarace, and Polarace, I believe, are on defense as well.
Yeah,
Oh, yes,
Polarace
yeah.
starting out on defense. We apologise for those delays, ladies and gentlemen, but you don't have to worry about them anymore because we're getting right into it. And we spoke about Maverick's power on Clubhouse earlier. Here he is, banned out almost immediately.
Yeah, Maverick is extremely strong, especially after the fact how players managed to discover the whole Maverick trick, where you make 2 lines on the reinforced wall from the left end to the right end, and it's completely gone the reinforcement, and you can just blast it away with a buck. So, or for that matter, any soft breach.
Yeah, followed up by a Jackal ban, Cthulhu. That's not something you really see every day here on Clubhouse. Like, he's not an operator I think is especially powerful on Clubhouse.
Yeah, but I mean, that's probably one of the reasons why he is banned is just for the sheer fact that how powerful he can get within the coordinated environment, and as well as that, just teams don't want to really have any interference with their roaming.
And then we have a Wamai ban.
Well, I believe that's the first actually Wamai ban that I've seen.
Me too.
Correct me if I'm wrong, if there was one yesterday.
There wasn't one yesterday, as far as I'm aware, and I cast it.
And then a freshly nerfed Legion as well to top things off.
Yeah, well, I suppose Legion is one of those operators that we didn't really see much either. Do you reckon he's been nerfed into the ground and not useful anymore, or?
Actually, on the contrary, I still think that he's fairly powerful. It's just he's not as efficient and all-rounder, considering that his utility still does slow down and prevent you from sprinting. It still does the tick damage. So honestly, I still think that he can be very powerful in the right hands. But with him now off the board, obviously, that won't be the case, as we won't be seeing him in action. And probably my most, well, not disappointing part, but I was certainly quite keen to see if there would have been a Wamai play, at least within this map, but obviously he's banned.
Yeah, I was wondering something similar. In fact, I was thinking, are we going to see any Wamai at all tonight? But immediately banned out, so unfortunately not on this map, but we do have a Jaeger in place still, so of course Wamai has been brought in as a kind of alternative to Jaeger, if you will, and well, if Jaeger's still available, then you can keep bringing him.
Yeah, and what is interesting to me, is so far Maze has reinforced the CCTV wall, implying that there might be, and big quotation marks, might be some roam, but it certainly looks like the whole team actually defaulted back to the side. Yeah, all 5 people are still on the bottom floor with, I believe, the Ela and Mew? No, Ela and Jaeger, actually, pardon. No, not even Jaeger. Okay, I'm just being lost. Ela and Valkyrie, there we go. Went out off site, and Ela is actually not even going to be up on the top floor, so this is a little bit of a maybe bait and switch here for Polarace. What do you reckon?
Well, with the mute, it's definitely something that you can do very well. If you can deny drones from getting into one particular spot, they'll have to worry about that and take longer to clear that out, so you can bait a roam even if there's no one roaming up there at all. But this has been very quick from 200 degrees. Very quick indeed.
Oh yeah, that is extremely quick. Holy, as Zist actually does manage to find the shot onto the Panda, and that is Jaeger overboard, so not a whole lot of utility loss, but firepower wise, that is quite a huge impact. And,
Ooh.
nice shot by Maze though, but will be traded out pretty quickly. So okay, so far 200 degrees do show that they have at least the ability to go for some really nice refrag here.
Yeah, 1 minute down, and they've found both roamers and only lost one of their players. This is Zofia, one of the very utility-heavy operators. So that is rather unfortunate for when it comes to execute. I know the Zofia already used one of her breaches on the hatch from Pool, or to Pool, I should say, from the gym.
Do you reckon the loss of the Zofia will be
Oh, that
making
was
things
nicely
any
done.
worse for the push? That was a good pinch as well by Baroque as well.
We'll have to wait and see, but yeah, greatly done. However, it was retraded back, but JDF and Skidder trying to hold on to things, but the C4 was ill-timed there, and Zists is going to find his third for the round. We're going to see the Thermite drop down. He's going to be finished off by JDF, and that's the diffuser dropped. He's going to peek into the hallway, gets that kill as well, putting it into a double and a one-on-one. Both players low HP here, Cthulhu, and could we see the miraculous 1v3 here for JD? No, unfortunately not. None right. We'll find it in the end, and 200 degrees will take that round firmly at first, start to lose control, but manage to regain it at the end.
There's some very good initial frags by 200 degrees. I really liked how well they've gone for a pinch in the blue tunnel, and just overall just seemed very confident on their push. And that initial momentum is so crucial, especially for such pushes that honestly I gotta give it to 200 degrees. They've performed it pretty well, all things considered, albeit that, well, the final few firefights were a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, and we see Polarace deciding to change up which bomb site they're going for, changing from downstairs all the way to the CCTV room, cache room. Slight change in their operator lineup. I didn't get a proper look actually. Let's have a look. They're bringing in the Mozzie this time, which they didn't last time. They've dropped the Ella. They've dropped the I'm just drawing a blank right now.
Yeah, so they've taken out the mute from the equation, and instead they bring it in a smoke.
Yeah.
And they don't have Valkyrie anymore. They brought in the Bandit for that one, as well as that they have the Maestro now as well. So a few of the operators got traded out.
Yeah,
which does
quite a
show-
few, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, which does show that they have some good preps for each and one of the specific site. And I also just wanted to clarify as well. I just had the Maze, who's the analyst for Polarace as well, text me saying that they do have now a manager, a coach, and an analyst. So after joining the org, so they've
Wow.
got quite some support on the behind the scenes kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's quite a lot of support stuff to go along with their support players, of course. Alright, well, they're going to be quickly opening up into Garage here. Oh, that peak almost came out nice and early on as Panday is being quite aggressive on the catwalk. Claymore's going to go down just outside to make sure that there's going to be no cheeky little runouts, but yeah, it seems like once they've opened it up, they're not really too keen on putting more pressure on it here.
Yeah, I mean, having Claymore is one of those kind of easy ways around to kind of approach the push, but I'm curious whether 200 degrees are actually going to emphasize their push on that breach, because, well, they've managed to utilize one of their thermite charges on that garage wall, but really no utility has been really put on. No manpower has now actually exists. The moment I say it, Zist actually goes in for the peak.
Yeah, look how lit Maze is, down to just about 5 HP. I suppose one of the things that I'm finding a bit curious is that 200 degrees are only bringing the one hard breacher. They don't have the
Ooh. Oh, good night.
I don't know. Was Bordertech just standing in the fire there?
I think it was his last ditch effort to try to bandit trick even while standing in the flame. So I think
Did he though?
that's exactly what happened. Well, I thought I saw him being prone there in the fire, but I mean,
I just need to know if TZK has used his last breach or not. But it's going to be a peek from Skidder. He's going to actually down Minimalist on the IQ. Managed to get into a corner to safety as well.
some good hold overall coming out from Polar Esports overall. I mean, they prevented the breach so far, and they've prevented the push into the garage as well, and that kill by Panda will be shutting things down for TZK as well. So now a downed IQ and essentially 2 players remaining who will be trying to only now start pressuring the garage as well with just barely any time left, really.
Yeah, it seems like 200 Degrees have lost track of what's going on in the round, and in fact it's going to be only Nunrai up as Minimalist and Baroque are both down now. Are they going to be able to get the res? That'd have to be from the smoke, babe, for sure.
Yeah, I highly doubt that there's going to be any reses coming out as, well, time is being run out, and Baroque is about to bleed out as well. So for Nunrai, really, he's just probably going to try to find some exit frags here before the round ends. There it is. There's one on Panday, but that is pretty much just about it. So Polar Ace will be finding themselves the round number 2 in their favor. So 1 apiece so far, and both teams actually kind of were able to dictate the pace for the round respectively in their respective rounds.
Yeah, that was a strange one from 200 Degrees. They put themselves in some great positions. They found the opening pick onto the bandit tricking player, but then it seemed like it just completely fell apart.
Yeah, in theory, they technically never won full-on firefights actually throughout that whole round. The only kill was via the utility, like you mentioned, by Zists.
Nonrai did get a nice flick at the end. But
yeah, that's right.
Worthless in the long run.
Yeah, in the area of the impactful frags, yeah, it wasn't as meaningful. But yeah, you are right for correcting me. There was actually 1 frag by Nunrai. So yeah, it felt like almost that they've done the breach. They kind of had that utility opening, but from there, the moment they were kind of denied the breach with the thermite charge, I think this is where they kind of stalled out and just didn't really have a plan B for that. Which actually I reckon a few teams sometimes like that, just general plan B type of stuff.
Back to downstairs though for this bomb site defense Cthulhu.
10 seconds left before
Yeah, the downstairs. Is it downstairs here?
Yeah,
it
it
is
is.
downstairs.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. So far, Polar Rays kind of went. I don't think they were prepared per se for the way how quickly it was taking the top floor. 200 Degrees took the top floor and then went ahead to push in. So, do you reckon we will be seeing something maybe just different, or maybe just a slowdown in general from 200 Degrees?
Well, I think Polar Ace are going to be doing a bit of a different roam, but I think 200 Degrees are still going to be just as fast, if not faster, after having come up against it. They seem very practiced and regimented. They do have to go up against the Vigil, though, which can be hard on a roam, especially on Clubhouse combined with a mute.
Yeah, Polar Race actually did change things around a little bit, so they don't have Ellie anymore, so they've brought in Baroque.
They also dropped the Kaid as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, they've dropped the Kaid, so they don't per se have any breach denial, but they do have a whole lot of information denial in face of Mute and Mozzie, so could actually work here pretty well.
Yeah, and of course they have the Valkyrie to get the information for themselves as well, as all shots are going to come on out from behind the bar. Nunrai, lucky to be alive as Maze. He's going to be hiding in a corner in the bar. Now, surely they're going to be well aware of his position. Oh, he's gone very low from some damage. He does have the support in Valkyrie as Maze will find the first one. The peak's going to come on out and Nunrai will find him. But Baroque is also going to find Bordertech, the supporting Valkyrie. Now, are they aware of where Skidder is on the Vigil?
Yeah, I'm quite curious whether... Yeah, okay, well, there's our response. Skidder will be actually shut down pretty quickly by Baroque as the band just decided to hold the angle and just wait for the flank, because I'm guessing they were pretty much knowledgeable that there will be, at least to a certain degree, yet another Roma there in face of Vigil the moment they saw him.
Yeah, it seems like they were trying to do the SSG roam without a castle, you know, and your castle is a very important part, but we're going to find Panday with a cheeky little angle to find Nunrai. He might find a second, but no, he's traded back by Baroque. That's his third for the round, but the smoke shotgun at that kind of range normally does some work, but Minimalist is going to hit the headshot instead, and there we go. Once again, 200 Degrees successfully win attacking this basement bomb site.
Yeah, basement bomb site is not seeming to be in any shape or form successful here for Polar Ace, albeit that like they've tried already 2 really experimental ways of trying to defend the bottom floor, but to no avail really here.
I think they need to either go straight in with a just a straight up anchor setup, because they've tried the half roam and then they've tried the heavy roam, but neither of those really worked out for them at all.
Yeah, I fully actually agree with you on that. Roaming didn't seem to really work out there. At the very least, they didn't work out on that bottom side, and we saw actually some really good performance on when they defended the CCTV, where they just played it out as normal as usual as it can, where they just held their angles. Really, they didn't really get thoroughly aggressive. Apart from, I believe that was Maze who was on the Jaeger back then, and yeah, so.
Yeah,
kind of thoughts on that?
I suppose the thing we can point to is that, yeah, when they were defending this bomb site, they did play anchor heavy. And I think that's one of the ways that you can kind of exploit 200 Degrees' playstyle, because they were very quick. They like to take risks. And so hunting those roamers, they were jumping in and, you know, taking some damage from some shots. But they managed to, you know, not die and then get the kills in the end. So if you're playing up against a team that's going to take risks and is going to be quick, roaming against them might work out great, or it might work out very poorly. In fact, oh sorry, I just realized they've gone to Gym Bedroom. Of course they have to.
Yeah, so Gym Bedroom is one of those choices. Well, it's either really you retry CCTV once again, or you go for something unconventional as bar or supply, and I don't think either of those choices are really good right now for Polar Ace.
Well, I should have realised they can't go CCTV because they won it 2 rounds ago. It has to be another round ago before they can go back there. So in the next round, the CCTV will be unlocked. They could have tried back downstairs, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I reckon Polar Ace are still going to try to defend in a similar fashion, at the very least the cash room. And, well, with the warehouse so far, the setup being, and with the fact that they are bringing in a castle, I reckon this could actually work out pretty well.
Well, 1 minute down. They do have the Habana this time, as we hear the shots coming off, but the bandit trick not being able to happen in time, and Jacuzzi will be opened.
I think it was also due to a badly placed ballistic shield that I don't think the bandit got the prompt as well for the placement, so that's quite unfortunate as well.
He might get this one off though. In fact, yes, he will.
Okay.
I think it was too late anyway, even if the deployable shield wasn't there. Could be a nice early pick though. Maze is going to find Nunrai the early pick.
Was that on the stairs as well, I believe?
Looks like it might have been out the window.
Oh yeah, I'll do it. Okay, so, well, taking out Nunrai nonetheless is a very good first peek, considering that Buck has so much utility right now.
Yeah, they realize they need to clear out this CCTV area, cash room area, but they don't. I don't know, they're trying to start in the middle. They're trying to just jump in through the windows rather than clear out the doors. But Zists, wow, he's gone very low, but he's going to find a frag because of it. TZK also going to find JDF. As Zists get ready to push on to this place. Minimalist to find one, but no, Maze is there. Panday to also find one, evening up the scoreline 2-2. Zists is very lit, but that's not going to stop him from finding his double for this round. Here we go. Okay. TZK is going to peek on in and go down. So Zists versus Maze. Maze at half and Zists at practically none.
Yeah, only one shot is needed really to connect here for Maze to actually take out Zists. So right now this will be a battle of pretty much one shot here.
There we go.
And there it is. Okay. There we go. I would have been actually surprised if Zists would have been able to win that firefight as well.
Yeah, with how much HP he was on, it was looking risky. Now that was a 4-on-2 that we saw Polar Ace manage to pull back.
Yeah, and that was once again off the fact that it was a fairly passive hold, the way how they've held Gym and Bedroom. There wasn't a whole lot of room really. You had some of the really well prepared fallback positions, which, funnily enough, talking about the plan B, 200 degrees on those pushes didn't really have another plan.
I think it's more of the fact that 200 degrees were just taking risks. Like they were just jumping in through windows and taking firefights. Like yes, they won some, but then some of them didn't go too well for them at all.
Yeah, but you see, when PA went for some risks, they ended up just not paying out. So that's what I rather mean. So risks are good to take, and risks are really good for the unpredictability factor. But surely you would be thinking, well, yeah, if the risks don't work, what are we doing? Are we just pretty much losing the whole round, or do we try to kind of reconvene ourselves or kind of reset up ourselves for any further pushes?
I don't know, I suppose risky play kind of pays off for some of these teams, because they realise if it's 5v5 and they play risky, they're going to end up in a man advantage, like a 5v3 or a 4v3, right? However, if it goes poorly and they end up in a 3v5, they realise that if they want to win that, they have to start taking risks. So playing as with constantly taking risks is kind of, I don't know, for some of these players, it puts them in the most advantageous position. But when it's a 1v2, one of your players is on 5 HP, you shouldn't be the one with full HP wide swinging on one of the remaining players.
Yeah, that's a valid point.
To be fair, Maze had a huge round. How many kills? I think it was 3 or 4. No, maybe 3.
I believe it was 3, yeah.
Yeah, 3 kills for Maze. Yeah, very, very big round from him. So, you know, sometimes you just got to say, well played.
Yeah, well, I mean, by all means, this was a really well played round by Polar Ace, no matter what. But for now, let's kind of push our slide over to CCTV. So for now, a very close actually peak there by Skitter, who just lost half of his health trying to rotate into the garage. Do you reckon we will be seeing a similar outcome here, or whether the way how so far the whole setup is going, you reckon we will be seeing a complete turnaround by 200 degrees?
Well, they're definitely going to be getting this wall open this time as Border Tech. He's just a bit salty about that and tries to punish, but unable to do so. And we have the CCTV wall opened up now.
Yeah, so now having 2 openings to go through, I reckon 200 degrees might actually have a really solid chance to actually go in for the push and get the round, because last time it was off the fact that they only had, well, really only a single point of entry close to the site.
Yeah, look how far back they're playing as well. Pretty much 3 players over on the west side of the map as exists.
Wait, what was that?
Drone hole?
If that is drone hole, that is a tilter.
Oh yeah, he was standing right at the drone hole. That is unfortunate. And look, he's being allowed to rotate back on up. There we go. Skitter's going to find another one. Nunright did trade one back, however. But this has ended up with just Nunright and Baroque after just some beautiful shots and well-played angles have come out here for Polar Ace. And they find themselves in an advantageous position.
It's a really good holds overall by Polar Ace, albeit that the initial kind of start of the round did really seem to be much more in favor of 200 degrees after they managed to get the breach open into CCTV. They managed to get the breach into the garage, but never really proper emphasized on those positions. Okay.
Well, Maze, he's going to take this prone angle. Baroque's going to have to follow in right after. Pre-fires come on out, but Maze has given away his position. He's going to lose that one, but they have to get into the site. They don't have diffuser. This round is over, Cthulhu. And there we go, Polar Ace. They're going to add that to their score count.
So now that Polar Ace got to play Gym, got to play CCTV, they will be forced back down for the final round of the first half onto Church and Arsenal. And so far, this was their least well-performed site. they were not successful whatsoever on defending it, and so
2 out
this
of
will
2,
be the so 2 out of 2 rounds were lost for them. So do you reckon we will be seeing a much more passive round from them this time, and or whether we will be seeing some more experimentation from them?
Well, I was interested when they picked that Frost. However, they've switched it out for a Valkyrie, bringing back the Kaid and the Pulse. So once again, I think they're going for a different lineup. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a fully anchor strat.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
I mean,
any
Pulse, yeah,
bombs.
usually you would see Pulse played inside and just go for some vertical plays with a C4. Same goes usually for Kaid, so the only 2 operators that I really see roaming will probably be Maze on Jaeger and Bordatech on Valk, and it certainly seems like they, at the very least, planning to set up some utility. I'm not too sure whether it is in plans to actually play off it, but I mean, probably the way how I would prefer to see it if I was a player of Polar Ace is probably have some really passive presence up and roam. So say you get a kill or get a refrag, and then straight away pretty much instantly fall back to the side, because so far we did see a good initial trade by Polar Ace when they did it for the second time when they tried to defend CCTV, but
Yeah. Look, yeah,
weren't able to really fall back.
looks like that's what Panday was thinking of doing. He's going to stick around upstairs for a bit before he falls back. One thing that's worrying for me is the armory wall from the hallway is not reinforced at all for Polar Ace. Like, that's one of the entry spots where you can really force your way in to armory quickly, and a lot of players can really get punished by it if they're not expecting it.
Yeah, I mean that's also a good point here. Considering that usually just the roam in general and some peak points can be utilized, but yeah, usually that very first patch of the wall is reinforced. But okay, Bordatech.
Yeah, great first pick, finding the Thatcher. Thatcher, one of the most powerful operators at the moment, just with how much denial he can do to your opponent's utility. But Minimalist is going to trade it straight on back. So it looks like they did end up having a Roma over up in a cache CCTV, sorry.
Yeah, and look at this straight away. Bordatech already returned back to the side, actually, I believe.
Yeah, after finding the
back, so-
pick, he came straight back down. But he did only have to come down from blue stairs.
Still, though, like, instead of trying to go for more frags instead, just decided, hey, I got the frag, I got the initial kill, I'm just gonna fall back and just see how things will play out. And so that way they don't lose too much of the firepower whenever the final moments of the round will be happening, and that way the defending team will be put at a kind of that initial disadvantage.
One thing I will say about 200 Degrees on their basement attacks, they've definitely been droning a lot better.
Yeah, I definitely have noticed that one as well. Their drone game has been certainly
Oops.
quite improving. Oh, that's a bit of an oopsie here from Baroque, but meanwhile on the off-screen, actually Zist manages to find really nice entrance right onto JD.
Yeah, looks like they're going to try and thermite open this
Oh, man.
wall. Oh, he's in sight? How did that
He's
happen?
already
Okay.
inside. Oh
Just-
no.
Oh, not for long though. Watertech, nice C4, but that's going to be traded back as Skidder also finds one onto Minimalist. Boy, this is a bit of a fustercluck right now.
Yeah, right now, and TZK is actually planning to plant there. Actually, will be successful in the plan, but oh my! Once again, we're in a 1v1 situation here, as Panda is completely unaware about the position of the sledge, and oh, just misses the shots. 200 Degrees. Once again, we'll be winning 3 times out of 3 on the CCTV and pardon, not CCTV, on Church and Arsenal push.
Yeah, I was thinking that would have been a nuts flick, but it was a bit slower,
Wasn't
and
quite there.
he was already halfway moving his mouse over there when the shots started ringing out. But 3-3 on a clubhouse attack is not bad here for 200 Degrees. You know, Cthulhu, I'm kind of feeling confident in my prediction right now, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, well, it can get pretty close. I certainly am not excluding the fact that 200 Degrees may just win here, and 7-5 is getting pretty close, and so is my prediction as well. For Polar Ace, they need, if I'd want to see the prediction to stick through. Polar Ace really don't really have a whole lot of other chances to go really with. So Well, not a whole lot of chances. Sorry, wrong wording. But here's an interesting thing. So 200 Degrees actually prompted to go for a CCTV site to defend first rather than Church and Arsenal room.
Yeah, well, you know, all three bomb sites that regularly come out on Clubhouse can be picked up at any point. I think that's why we see this map as so defender-sided, because all bomb sites are very viable.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong on that one. Both CCTV and Church are actually very powerful sites, especially after the whole change of how Clubhouse, of the change of the Clubhouse layout. That's the word. But actually, I got another sort of information for you, Monkey, as well.
Yep.
Located by attack.
So with Polaris, they're actually not playing in a full 5-core lineup. So Bordatech is actually their 6th player, aka their sub, whereas Detrian, who's their IGL, actually wasn't able to play today due to certain circumstances. So this could also be the reason why Polaris may be missing out on some of the plays on some of the firefights, but it certainly doesn't look like it really affected them, at least on the first blood here on the second half.
Yeah, there we go. They've got a Monty. It's something that we see quite a lot in Southeast Asia. Teams liking to bring the Monty to try and help force their way in, and all the wallbangs coming on out. Doesn't really manage to do any damage to Zist, but he's going to start falling back, and this Monty is hot on his heels. Well, for a little bit at least.
Well, yeah, for a little bit. At the very least, Monty will be used as more of a human drone, just to kind of take the aggro, as he's just being patiently waiting for that camera to be pinged away, as he's now only going to go in for the push. But long gone is Jaeger, as this, I believe, already rotated all through and back. Yeah, there he is on the wet stairs. So
Located a bomb.
for now, for Polaris so far, it looks like a fairly one-sided push, considering that they haven't yet gotten the breach into the CCTV, but rather they will be using quite a whole lot of X-Kairos charges to actually get the breach going in through the construction.
Yeah, well, I just realized they don't have a thermite, so they are just going to have to rely on this Hibana to access it. So it looks like it is a one-dimensional push from construction. They're going to bring the Monty, try and get the plant behind him, and you know, bait out all that utility first. So interesting strategy. Let's see if they can pull this one off.
And well, with already the whole set of utility actually used up by Skitter, now he will need to reside to his fragging power here, as Zophia's N762 is actually quite a powerful weapon here. But the main offender here is going to be Bordatech on that Monty, as right now the mana will just try to get some plays going, but the flick, oh my, this is just a bloodbath here. Oh my sweet Jesus, as 200 Degrees just say no, you're not allowed to enter.
They had a big flank come on through there, Cthulhu. We saw the Jaeger come in behind them. That's a bit of a mistake in their overall strategy. Surely you'd want to have someone watching your back while you went for the push, and that Jaeger certainly punished him for it.
Okay.
I think if they take that strategy and refine it just a little bit, it might work a bit better. But in the end, they just had to end up pushing into the angles being held by the defenders, and got minced to ribbons.
Yeah, that would, minced to ribbons would probably be, even to a certain degree, an understatement, really, considering how many kills in a row came out there for 200 Degrees. But props to them, actually. They've pulled out some really good defense, and that play by the Jaeger pretty much solidified that whole deal.
You know, I was thinking about the Wamai ban,
Many bombs.
and I think I've figured it out why. Because Wamai can capture the Capitao bolts, can't he?
Yes.
So when we saw 200 Degrees going for their execute on the CCTV, they were using the Capitao to force the bandit out. So they wanted to make sure that there was no Wamai on the board to deny them from doing that.
Yes, there was no way for that disruption to come in. And actually, that is a very fair decision. And actually, that does lead me to the thought that maybe we'll be seeing quite a frequent ban of Wamai, especially on Clubhouse. Somewhat similar to how, like, Maverick is banned out quite frequently here.
Yeah, or we see the Capitao ban just to make sure that doesn't happen either.
Or that, yeah, that is actually a very good point as well, yeah.
To locate a bomb and defuse it.
So looking so far on the on the scoreboard, we did see a fairly even distribution of kills. I have to say for both of the sides, we did see quite a few. Oh my! Okay, hello, Zists. Just do me like that.
Wow.
Wow, that is an unfortunate outcome there, considering that BorderTech is now quite tagged up as well, and they lost Maze Zafia out of all those operators very early into the round.
Hefty chunk of utility, hefty chunk of HP off of the Monty, and then, you know, all that Jaeger lost was a couple of bullets, and and that's it.
Yeah, no health was lost on the side of Zist, and that is quite something amazing, honestly, considering that, well, now Polaris are potentially might be stalling out here if they won't be finding any alternatives, considering that BorderTech can't really take a whole lot of damage, albeit that there's no smoke. There is a Goyo, though. Oh, and look at that. Zist is actually still in the pool. He's still aggressing there.
Oh, so they're going to push the Monty up. They're going to need some support, but... Exists. Oh, he lives on the edge, doesn't he? But the Monty, was that... Oh, no, Panday, all the way from outside, is going to find that shot. That's a common angle and nicely played by him. So, Zist not able to punish him further as he's reached 10 kills, by the way. 10, 3, and 7. This man has been fragging.
He's an absolute gamer out here. Albeit that he so far died on each and every round, no matter what.
Oh, there's someone hiding in kitchen. Who was that?
Wait,
I saw the silhouette. Maybe in freezer.
That would be huge if they haven't actually spotted the freezer presence, as they've already paid once for that play. Yeah, there is actually one.
Here we go.
Ella. Oh, R.I.P. the Thatcher as well. Alright.
Oh, he's found two actually. Make that 3. Well, it's only a down, and that's going to be picked on up there by Panday. So, geez, that was so effective from Nunrai, and you know the droning skills coming out from Polaris right now is looking very subpar.
Yeah, this is certainly not what I've been expecting, at least from Polaris. But so far, yeah, even the whole Monty plays aren't really paying dividends here.
Well, 200 degrees looking large and in charge right now, Cthulhu. And look, they're willing to get aggressive, but oh, Panday, it's not going to quite work out. So he's going to have to take this 1-on-2, pushing on in as BorderTech fell elsewhere. He's going to take some damage. Oh, he sets off the Goyo. In fact, he's going to get the kill, turning it into the 1v1, but we're going to see the peak from Minimalist. Perhaps a bit ill-advised for taking that firefight with so little time, but he's going to do so anyway. Wins it, and 200 degrees put themselves up to 5 rounds.
That's quite interesting, in my opinion, seeing, like you mentioned before, both teams had some really good break, and it certainly seems that so far 200 degrees are coming out very much victorious, considering that, well, previously, if you would have asked me which map will probably be the worst, there will be Clubhouse based off stats, but now it seems like they've came in very well prepared for all that, and just look at this. I mean, only 1 point away from guaranteeing themselves at the very least a draw.
Oh, and look, we got a Frost coming on out.
Okay.
A 6 picked into.
Okay, so that could be actually a big bait here against Polaris, considering that they might be saying, hey, we're gonna have just some heavy roaming coming out with the Vigil, but instead it's just going to be an anchor hold with the Frost Mats.
Yeah, so I'll be wondering where they're going to put them. Normally you can see a Frost on CCTV. I suppose it's a bit more of a niche strategy, but putting those Frost Mats on the catwalk over in Garage works quite well. But I'm assuming he's going to be chucking them underneath the windows here. Here we go. Yeah, that looks like what it's going to be. But if they're discovered, if they're droned, they can just rappel upside down and shoot them out. And you know, it's no skin off their nose for doing that. But the droning skills from Polaris has not been fantastic, as we saw in the previous 2 rounds with a big flank and also 2 unfound roamers in the last one. So perhaps they are going to get away with it.
Yeah, there is a very good chance, and I'm pretty sure that 200 degrees are actually reading into that very fact that, well, Polaris weren't really performing as well on the drone, but looking at the overall take, I do believe there's already one person up on the catwalk. Yeah, there it is, and we'll be actually finding the shot onto this, so playing off that aggression is certainly a good beginning.
And they also shot through the impact to destroy the frost mount underneath the window, I'd assume.
Located a bomb.
Probably is, yeah. Also a good read. Just as we started to roast Polaris for not having a good drone, they just decided to go and hey, we're gonna give 200 Degrees the taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, great work there from Polaris. Definitely an improvement on their droning.
Oh, Boratech.
Oh, there's a flank coming on out though for them, I believe. Who was it down below? Actually, they've been found out. So much better drones from Polaris in this round. They've been very quick to get their Monty up nice and close. He's also going to ping out an Echo drone.
I don't think we will be seeing actually any flank. All 4 of the remaining players are actually on site. So, oh wait, no, there is a bandit that actually dropped down just now on the main stairs, but I'm not too sure whether he's been spotted by the drone. But so far the main actually emphasis here, on the peak, but nicely shot by Minimalist actually. Leading in onto that peak.
Yeah, Maze needs to win that, but there's Minimalist going absolutely nuts. Nunrai's going to find one as well. But Boratech with the double. Nunrai's going to go down as well, leaving it all up to Baroque. The bandit, he is still full HP, but he has to go up against JD and a Monty, and JD is going to find him easy as you like. And Polaris, they managed to claim that round after, some great work from, who was that? Was it Minimalist?
That was Boratech. Yeah, so Minimalist was the one that had a really nice opening with a double kill. But yeah, gotta give it to Boratech as well, as he just managed to land some really nice, well-timed shots, as well as I think it was one of the, I think it was actually the Thatcher who actually landed some shots with a pistol as well. So those are 3 pistol kills overall from Polaris. So I mean, nicely done overall. I gotta give it to him.
So what we can say is that round we saw from Polaris what they haven't done in the previous rounds very well at all. They droned well, and they also used their Monty very effectively.
Attackers need to locate.
And they had that initial very good momentum of taking that early take on in the garage, on the catwalks as well. So they had that early aggression to just take the initial foothold right before going for that main push into the first kind of base, you could say. Look at that. 99654 for Polaris. So Maze and Panda so far doing quite some work there for the team.
Well, we are going to go back to CCTV, which, if you recall, it was a bit of a one-dimensional push from Polaris, just taking control of construction and trying to force their way in with the Monty, which didn't really work out well for them at all.
Well, this time, Polaris are actually bringing in a Thermite as well. So
yeah. So hopefully we'll see them open up the CCTV wall then, yeah?
Yeah, so hopefully they will be able to open up the CCTV, but at the same time, they also will be forced to actually get Zofia right under where the bandit is, because they don't have a Thatcher for it. So I'm guessing the idea is take control of right under the CCTV, blast out those bandit charges, and then have the Capital deny the place for bandit trick, and then go in for the breach with either X-Kairos or the Thermite. Interestingly enough, also, Zist went down once again, second time in a row actually, without any frag.
And he's been such a high impact player for them as well.
Oh yeah. Interestingly enough, right now, it is only Maestro who's holding the catwalk, but we did see quite a successful play before from Nunrai on the catwalk, so maybe he will be able to repeat the same success there, but there's the Firebolt, and well, there's the potential attempt at the breach, which will be actually quite successful, I believe.
Yes, indeed. The Thermite charge was allowed to go on the wall because the Bandit battery was taken out with the Zofia from below. At least that's what I could tell. Well, that is a risky spot to jump on your Maestro camera. Your head was popping over there, Nunrai. But they're going to start trying to force him on out of here. 5 on 4 with half the round gone, and 200 Degrees are looking to be in a hot spot like Nunrai. They're going to drop another player.
Once again, it was with the use of the capital bolts as well.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, that pitch came out really well coordinated, and in a similar fashion, actually, how 200 Degrees organized it all. And look at this, actually, only 2 players are actually, well, on site with now the roamer gone. So now all up to Baroque and TZK to actually clutch this out against 5 quite healthy players of Polar Race, might I add.
Once again, it's Polaris are using their drones much better. They're aware of the positioning of their opponents, and their Monty is also being effective this time. Here we go. Bordertech's going to lead on in as they're going to start the plant, but we got a player going down below. Might be able to deny this plant as TZK gets a nice shot. And there we go. Baroque with the shotgun from below. He's denied the plant, but JDF on site is going to shut down TZK. So it is just going to be the plant while we're going to have Baroque try and deny it from below. Halfway down, I think this plant's going to be confirmed as he can't really deny it from now. So he's going to have to 1v3 retake. One of them's a Monty. He's got no more smoke babes left either. This is looking pretty difficult, isn't it, Cthulhu?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the shotgun ammo is all extinguished as well, so only relying on your SMG-11 is going to be a bit tough here for Baroque. And yeah, like you mentioned before, the Monty is certainly going to be quite a pain to deal with. So right now, oh, there's the vault, but just looking the wrong way, unfortunately, for Baroque. Skitter will be able to shut him down. So we're back onto, I believe that's 5 apiece.
Yeah, even Steven on the score count.
So that is actually quite big here, considering that so far that was the similar trend so far going for 200 Degrees. They were able to get to 5 points, but after that they fall off and just can't seem to close it out. We saw so far 3 maps from them coming to 5-7 scoreline against them. So
Well,
it could be kind of a repetition here, but I mean, too early maybe to judge it yet.
yeah, well, I suppose Polaris have definitely upped their game in those previous 3 rounds. They're looking so much better.
Yeah, the coordination kind of seemed to be quite has seen quite a boost, and well, maybe those few first 2 rounds that they lost out were quite a wake-up call.
Well, the Monty's working a lot better for them. They're getting less surprised because their droning is much better. 200 Degrees are going to reattempt downstairs. If you remember, it started off with a very cheeky opening kill from Zists. I think the previous 2 rounds, the fact that Zists has gone down so easily as well, is probably a big story point in how it's gone over, how Polaris have started winning rounds, because he has been, I suppose, the standout player for them so far.
Yeah, that was actually the similar point that I was actually about to make as well. Yeah, Zist has been a great player there for 200 Degrees, and his entry frags were pretty much the key to the success of 200 Degrees win. So honestly, if he does manage to find some first few kills, this will be a good beginning, but so far, I mean, 2 times in a row shut down and droned out. I don't think the Jaeger player will be really seeing any more roam, at least for the time being.
Yeah, and I don't reckon having your Ella hide in the kitchen's going to work either again. Look how quick they are being with this Monty and this slightly tighter drone style that they've been using. Keeping their drones a lot closer.
And this time they're only droning the positions where they just want to take. They don't drone out the whole floor. They only leave it to those key positions where they would want to take and no further. Which is also a pretty good approach to how you want to play it out. But so far, to look at the overall setup, it seems that 200 Degrees has learned not to go onto the roam, considering that Polaris has already managed to adapt to that.
C4 is going to come on out. Looks like the Kaid charge was completely denied and the hatch will be opened on up. Skitter looking to come down dirt tunnel. That's where Baroque is. He's going to find the drone. Could be an interesting one-on-one fight. Oh, he just wants to peek at Baroque. Oh, and he's going to start pushing up. Sees that it's open, but he doesn't want to mess with that.
Yeah, considering that Vector is not particularly a good weapon for body shots, he will need to hit those headshots very quickly against what is considered probably, at least in my opinion, the most stable than one of the more efficient weapons that is on Thermite, his assault rifle.
Yeah, the 5.56. Looks like JDF might also be one of the players who's going to be peaking that, and he's also got a great stable weapon in the L85.
Yeah, L85 has proven itself to be probably one of the more balanced weapons, really, having some really nice damage and some really nice recoil as well. So, for now, though, so much time has been drained, but not a single frag. I'd imagine we will be seeing quite a flurry of kills to come out here, and this is not the brightest position here for Polar Esports, considering that JD just went down, and the C4, well, won't be really successful, but it will be enough to just scare things a little bit. And, well, there it is. There's the closure by Baroque, but all the traits are starting to come out.
Yeah, Zists, he's back up on the scoreboard now.
15 seconds
15 seconds to go, and they are nowhere near Polar Ace. They're going to have to try and push in off the back of their Monty as the defuse has been dropped. They are nowhere near 3v1, all up to Maze. This round is going to 200 degrees, and they are going to secure themselves at least a draw.
run out of time.
Okay, so draw at the very least secured. So at the very least, it's only to at least 1 point at the very least will be there for them. But I'm curious, can they actually close this out finally? Will this be the play for them?
Well, I suppose the question is, if you're 200 degrees, do you throw the dice at going back to bedroom or to CCTV? It looks like CCTV is the play.
Okay, so CCTV so far has been, I believe, had a 50% success. And it was a success once when Polar Ace tried to go for a very one-sided push via the construction, and they ended up getting massacred by the flank. So if Polar Ace will be able to have a nice push and a breach in CCTV, I reckon they might just see themselves to get at least a draw, which, let me take a re-peek at the stats, would actually get them yet another point, which I believe at that point will actually mean that 200 degrees are going to be quite far down and quite hard to surpass any more opponents.
Well, there's a lot riding on this final round here, Cthulhu. How standard is it, though, that we go the full distance, we end up with a 6-6 or a 7-5? I feel like the majority of Pro League games go there.
10 seconds.
Yeah, a fair few games, considering that there's no overtime, really, they end up resulting in a draw, which isn't the worst case scenario for a fair few teams, but closer to the end of the season, it pretty much means whether you qualify for, if you're a top end team, it means whether you qualify for APAC Line or not. But all assists, once again, trying to get cheeky with some spawn peaks, but we'll be scared of that position. So
A quickly Claymore as well.
and quickly claim one. But here's another actually thing that 200 degrees actually made amends with. They've changed from Bandit to the Kaid now, knowing that JD was quite proficient with those firebolts. They know that this time they won't be actually be having a whole lot of issues with having the breach, but it seems that breach was successful nonetheless.
It's interesting for me that we're seeing 200 degrees, Polar Ace not bring a Thatcher. Baroque is getting hunted.
Yeah, and I don't think Polar Ace are actually
Oh,
really close right now. Oh, can he find that shot? He knows that Valkyrie is there. He goes in for the aggressive peek, but Valkyrie is already long gone, and just misses out. He needed just maybe a second more.
oh, Baroque's coming straight back. But oh, Maze is going to be ready for him that time. So, first blood over to Polar Ace in this round.
As well as that, the breaches, I believe, is also open. So, and Border Tech has full information on Nunrai's position. So, say a fireball will be coming out, that will be quite successful at flushing out the smoke player, and that is going to be huge because at that point, 200 degrees might be looking at a very unfortunate picture of them losing out on potential 3 points.
Look at the damage that's been done to Border Tech, though. Gonna see
Oh,
the
my.
Babe come on down. That
Uh-oh.
could do a lot of damage, but no, I think he's gonna get out of there, and so's the Smoke. He's gonna drop down and rotate completely out, but the pings are coming out. They know exactly his position. The Thermite can't quite land the killing blow. Has to switch to the pistol, but he's prone underneath the window with a shotgun here. None right. You gotta be worried about your back, don't you, Chief? Yes, he's gonna drop on down instead. But oh, here comes Zists on the flank on to try and help, but Skitter's aware of it. But oh, they've just been weaving past each other, Cthulhu. There we go. Skitter is finally going to find Zist as he goes to retreat. But
I like
now-
how patient Skitter was actually with that firefight as well as that for Maze, as Maze didn't really take a shot all up until he had a clear shot onto Baroque.
Attackers have recovered their
Here we go. Another player's going to come on down. Is this going to be the third player to die from the
bomb located by
stock? But no, that's going to be a great C4. Shuts down the plant, but it's still a 1-on-3. Still a Monty up as well that they have to worry about. Admittedly, very low HP. Goes for the wall bang. Does some damage. Lands the shots and denies the diffuser. Goes for the quick reload. He's got the Monty behind him, and it's going to be closed out by Border Tech with the pistol to end us up in with a draw.
Oh man, that was so close for 200 degrees to actually clutch this back up. And that Mozzie, if he needed probably maybe 2 more seconds to actually make it a 200 degrees win. But look at this, 14-10-10 for Polaris. All those players were absolutely huge, albeit that for Panday it wasn't a positive KD, but nonetheless, congratulations to both of those teams to make it a draw. Yeah, we ended up being in also a draw between our predictions because neither a 7-4 nor a 7-5 in either of the side did end up going. So, I mean, overall, yeah, this has been. I did say that there might be a draw, and even on my notebook, there is a note saying that draw is very much on the board. So, I want to say I'm surprised, but I'm not entirely. Let's just say that. Yeah. Yeah, the roams from Zest were really well executed. Just some of the late roams, even then late pushes, and the early aggression as well was pretty much key for 200 degrees success in some of these rounds. Ooh, I'm tempted in between of Zest and maybe, maybe Maze even. Yeah, a fair few of those rounds did have some very much of some odd moves and unexpected plays, but oh well, it was nonetheless quite a sight to behold.
No thoughts left in my head. My mind's on mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to life.
safe, only. Even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to you bring me to life.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and yes, I have remembered to unmute my microphone this time. Monkey Fist and Cthulhu. Yeah, I'm pointing the right way. So I'll just explain it because I have to watch the game by looking over here. So I move my microphone, but when I do, I mute it. And I forgot to unmute it when I went back to the camera, so I apologize. But we just saw a bit of a banger, wasn't it, Cthulhu? It was 200 Degrees looking like they were large and in charge, and then we saw a great fight back from Polar Ace and managed to scrape a draw from it.
Yeah, they managed to pull a pretty good comeback as well. Just overall, managed to get a bit of a wake-up call there after nearly getting 200 Degrees to the match point initially, but at the end of the day, it did end up resulting in a draw, which I don't think either of us expected, really.
Yeah, well, it's more of, you know, we both predicted for one team or the
Yeah.
other, just for the lols, really. But yeah, a draw is always on the cards, I feel, when there's two teams of similar skill going up against each other. But we do have another map to see, and you know, sometimes it just comes down to one or two things in the whole map that is going to decide which team's favour it's going to swing in. So I suppose we'll just have to see where it goes for the second one. Any predictions on this one, Cthulhu?
Honestly, I'm tempted to say that it could be yet another draw. But so stats-wise, stats say that this is the better map for 200 Degrees, whereas
Yep.
for Polar Ace, this they played actually only once on Coastline, and that was against Lasay, and it was one of their rather less well-performing maps. It was a 7-3 against Lasay. So, but that was, like we mentioned before, this is before the break, so everything and anything can be changed. But Coastline, I certainly see potentially going in favor of 200 Degrees here, but I mean, everything could be happening at this point, really.
Yeah, 200 Degrees are a team that have favoured Coastline, and it is one that they've picked. I suppose it's interesting that in the previous ban phase they decided to ban it, but this one they've decided to let it come on through. They could choose between Clubhouse and Coastline, and they decided, well, oh, sorry, it was Polar Ace that picked this one. They could choose between Clubhouse and Coastline. It's like, yes, in this new ban format you can have two maps the same, but they didn't want to go there. They wanted to change it up, and Coastline is where we've ended up at.
Yeah, I mean, Coastline is going to be a bit less maybe strat heavy here, competitive to say Clubhouse. Considering that with Clubhouse, you need to have some coordination, you need to have some strats as to how you want to approach it and how you want to defend or attack. Whereas for Coastline, yes, you still need a certain amount of strats, a certain amount of coordination, but it's still fairly linear map. You still need to rely quite more on the fragging power, and maybe here is where 200 Degrees might be shining extra brighter, really.
Yeah, I suppose it definitely plays a lot different to Clubhouse. It's smaller. You know, I think Clubhouse is one of those ones where sloppy droning can get punished, where on Coastline it might not get punished as much. However, you know, we did see Polar Ace definitely tighten up their droning, and the roaming that was coming out from 200 Degrees really started to not work. Exists started to, you know, really just fall off the radar once they were able to shut him down early on in rounds.
Yeah, so probably here we'll be looking at maybe Zysts trying to pull out some mad plays once again, so...
So I think he might just start stepping it up in aggression. I think he might be more aggressive.
Yeah, I definitely will be keen to see whether he will be able to get the aggression up and running for himself and for his team, but we're just about to actually find it out. 200 Degrees versus Polar Ace on Coastline map number 2 after a very close draw on map number 1.
Yes, here we go, Cthulhu, back on into it. That's a much quicker turnaround than what we had in the at the start of the day. You didn't have to listen to us blab for too long, did you guys?
Interestingly enough, there's also a quick announcement that 200 Degrees are actually changing their lineup for the second map, being they taken out the 7-map Minimalist for Buried Alive, who's I believe their other core member, or at the very least it states so on the ESL page.
I wonder why that would be, Cthulhu. Did they say why, or they've just said they're doing it?
That's it. I believe it's just the announcement, so I'm guessing due to personal reasons. Oh, that is going to be... But actually, both of these bans are going to be quite impactful, considering that Capital was vastly used by both of these teams, and same goes for Montañez Polarites were actually utilizing it quite well.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with the Monty too much. Now, are they going to be bringing out the Monty on Coastline, though, or is that a wasted ban? That's kind of the question I'm thinking now. Followed by Valkyrie ban by 200 degrees.
Do you reckon we'll be seeing a Womai ban for this one maybe as well?
I don't think so, because as I said, it was very, from what I could tell, they only wanted to really use it for the one strat on the one bomb site.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, instead it's going to be Goyo, who's actually, I'd say, will be even more powerful here rather than on Clubhouse.
Yeah, well, Goyo is not an operator we've seen too much, or I feel like we haven't seen him used to great effect either.
Well, yeah, he's still very much of a niche operator for his utility, but rather, say for this play, for this map, he can cut off and he can help defend some of the really nice angles. Actually, for that matter, like if we rewind to Six Invitational, where actually Fnatic were playing against Empire, they played it on Coastline as well, and Virtue was actually playing in theater whilst having 3 Goyo shields all around him, 2 in the 90-degree hallway and 1 in the entrance to the theater. So there are ways around it to utilize those Goyo shields to kind of have some even maybe plant prevention or push prevention, but well, we won't be seeing him here. Rather, we'll be seeing Womai.
Yeah, so banned out in the previous map, but he's brought in for this one. I haven't seen a Kali yet, though, Cthulhu.
Yeah, Kali is, I think, at least in my opinion, she's more of a casual operator, you could say, considering that, yes, her utility is very powerful, as almost similar to how Thatcher can be used, albeit that Kali's utility can be either bandit tricked pretty easily, or even just shot out if you can see it on the opposite side. And, well, her weapon is a bit of a kind of... It's either a glass cannon or it's just something that you will end up dying just because of.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe putting her up on ruins could work here on Coastline, but even then, yeah, I think she's very, very niche at the moment, and maybe a few tweaks before she's completely viable, I reckon. But we're into this one, Cthulhu. First bomb site is going to be the Blue Bar at Sunrise Bar.
Hey, Blue Bar. Blue Bar. This is completely gone brain.
Oh. What's this?
Right.
JD
Wait, buried
alive?
Oh my. And I just realized they brought in Finka.
He's completely cut off as well by Nunra if JDF tries to get out of there. So is he going to be able to? But Panday is going to find Broke. I believe he might have been rappelling in above. And Nunra, yep. No, Zist, in fact, is going to be the one to find JDF as he tries to get out of his very sticky situation. So we're into a 4v4 now.
Yeah, so that was some really nice 2 quick shots, but I believe that position by Mozzie actually behind the bar hasn't been fully revealed as yet. Buried Alive is actually quite clueless about that position. Oh, just C4.
Walk on in, Chief.
Oh,
no, Buried.
Buried, no.
He's going to miss those shots, and now he's completely surrounded. Going to go down, unfortunately, and finished off 2v4, 1v3 now as the kills rain on down for just TZK left on up. But he's got a mountain ahead of him, and I think this first round might be going to Polarice unless he can pull off something absolutely nuts.
I mean, we saw a fair few times when 1v3s were pulled into 1v1s, so I won't be excluding that fact as well, considering that... Oh, there it is. TZK will be actually revealing his position with that shot, but the immediate firefight against Maze could be quite deadly here, considering that there's also another roamer closing in from the security office.
Yeah, he's got a lot of time to work with, but he's not really using any of it right now. I don't know if he knows that player's up there. Yes, he does. Finds the headshot. It was the very low Mozzie. So any shot would have probably done the damage, but he's going to be pinched in the end. And there we go. Polarice are going to claim the first round.
I'm a little bit confused about the person who was on the flank and holding an angle from the security room hallway, considering that he had pretty much a free peek, as I don't think that Hibana was really wary about her flank, really, but
Maybe worried
That'll
about a Claymore potentially.
Oh yeah, that could be it. Yeah, that's a valid point.
It was a very weird round from 200 degrees where they're like, all right, we're just going to walk on in.
Yeah, well,
Thinking you go first.
they had a fairly successful beginning to it. They managed to get rid of Mute, who was actually holding tight angled, and so they had some initial ground. But I think it's the fact that they didn't really have a successful droning that really solidified the position. Plus the fact that their Nomad died to Panda very early into the round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Because if you recall, Panda was actually right at the right in hookah, waiting for that Nomad to repel in.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Kitchen for this bomb site though, Cthulhu.
Mm-hmm.
Kitchen service entrance.
Yeah, the kitchen service entrance should be a fairly interesting one. Look at that setup, actually.
Interesting rotate, yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly quite an interesting one, considering that usually you don't really see a whole lot of times when there's a rotation hole into the main lobby, whereas rather maybe you would have actually
Attackers objective.
it's a rarity, yeah, in general, just to have a rotation hole part. Now, I was trying to remember whether we did see before any other ways of utilization of castle, but no, actually. This will be at least the first time in a while for me to see this.
Now we're seeing an Ash come on out. G36C ACOG Ash, brought by Baroque in this one. What other operators we're seeing come out? You mentioned the castle, but the rest of it seems pretty stock standard. The Wamai featured still.
Yeah, but this time on a different player, actually, because Panda before was the Wamai player. Now it's Maze, actually, who is playing the new operator. Well, new to the competitive scene.
Interesting to see that he's favouring the MP5K.
Yeah, I heard a fair few opinions about the debate between MP5K and the AUG, and the main one is the fact that MP5K gives you a little bit more mobility, plus it's a bit more stable on a recoil, which is pretty valid.
Well, skid up to find the first one. Headshot with that G36C. Maze is going to reposition in the lobby after he knows there's a player from security who is shooting. And oh, he's going to hold the angle, but pulls out his gadget at the worst possible time, and Baroque's going to line up himself a double. Puts him to a triple in the round. Oh, that was quick. Can he find the fourth? Yes, he can. He's on for the ace. He's not expecting another one behind him. We're going to see the shots whiffed by JDF. Pulls out the shotgun. Downs him. So no ace in this round, but it is a 4-on-1 that he's going to have to try and recover from. That's the plant going on down. Not going to be needed, though, as Buried Alive is going to close out JDF. And 200 degrees with a very dominant round spearheaded by Baroque.
Yeah, Baroque did some really good work there, considering that he was the one to open things up really nicely, and that timing on the peak as well onto Maze and the second person.
Just
that
unlucky, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was quite unlucky, that full polar race, honestly. But hey, Baroque saw the opportunity and he took it with absolute confidence, so props to him for that.
Looks like Polar Ace don't want to attempt the same bomb site. They're going to change it over to Hookah.
Yeah, I mean, so far Polar Race did do that very thing on Clubhouse as well, where if they didn't have a successful site, they would just switch it out, just see if they can find success on other sites, and then just work their way from down there. So,
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
not a bad choice nonetheless, and well, Hookah Lounge and Billiards is one of the rather more primary sites, at least from what I remember in the general meta.
Well, Baroque, he's going to be a bit upset that he missed out on that ace, though. He was looking good for it.
Especially for an Ash player as well. That would have been quite an exciting moment.
He's back on with the Ash license, is he?
Yeah. Gotta keep the license fresh. But I mean, hey, 4K is also still nothing to shy away from.
It was a great renewal of his license,
attackers are
wasn't
heading
it?
out to defuse a bomb.
Well,
Attackers
definitely.
drop the diffuser.
Another operator that I we haven't talked about at all is the fact that Mira managed to slip through the ban phase right at the very beginning. Oh,
Okay.
Oh boy. Okay, Maze. Yeah, just styling them like that with a pistol.
Okay.
And Buried Alive is the one that gets shot down by Panda as well.
Okay.
But yeah, a very unorthodox beginning to the round. But once again, to go back to the topic, Mira banned and completely slipped through the ban phase for both of them, for both of the maps. The first map, we didn't see her whatsoever in any shape or form. But for this time, this is actually the first time within this matchup that we see her being used.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if it's one of the facts that, you know, Mira used to be a must pick before Pick and Ban came in, but then when Pick and Ban came in, everyone would ban her, so teams came out with strats without Mira, so now people aren't banning Mira because no one's using her, so now it's come full circle to we'll take Mira when we can, or maybe they don't really need to take Mira that much and they'll take it on certain sites if need be. If you can keep track of what I just said.
Yeah, there was an initial struggle, but I managed to catch on. Also, Baroque goes in for a kill, but will get traded out by Panday. Also, all up to TZK. Well, I was just about to say and Nunrai, but Nunrai will be found by Panday once again. And Panday so far is just having a blast of a round, honestly.
Yeah, TZK once again in a clutch situation. 4v1 this time though, and they are lined up. They really want to get this kill.
It's almost like a firing squad there, just all ready and prepared for that peek and shot. Oh, there's the first initial shots.
Well, if he's all peek him at once, he can't shoot his all, can he? And it's going to be Panday to close things out. Big round from the Jaeger player.
Also, complete off-topic announcement for those who didn't know. Apparently, Doom Eternal has just been released into the fray.
What was that?
Doom Eternal has apparently been finally released.
Oh.
So people can now play it, which I probably will end up spending quite some money on.
Cthulhu is about to ult our 4 out of here, isn't he?
No.
Well, Blue Bar, Sunrise Bar once again here for Polar Ace. I see a Blitz teased. Baroque 6th picking, so we're going to keep that one.
Okay, so Blitz will be chosen. I'm surprised if Ying will actually be picked off. Okay, so back onto the more...
Just quickly, look at the
more
amount of
comfortable,
elite skins that we had there. There was 5 or so.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
I
being
believe so,
defused by
actually.
attackers.
I saw quite a fair few of them, yeah. But for this time, so this time 200 Degrees will have a bit more, well, I kind of want to say mild, but Blitz is like as far of a mild pick as Finka is, honestly.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what they do with him. Let's take a look at Polar Ace's kills. Panday and Maze doing all the work, really.
Yeah, considering that, well, Maze and Panday actually at the very beginning of the previous round went in for the spawn peaks and were quite successful with that. Plus the fact that Panda pretty much, I believe that was at the very least a triple kill. So
Yeah, very least triple.
Defuse the bomb.
So yeah, so overall this is a very good setup. No more of the spawn peaks at least just yet. So instead this time it will be a bit more dialed down here for the defense of Polar Ace, as so far they're leading with a single point against 200 Degrees. But yeah, that Blitz choice, I'm definitely quite curious to see how it will work out here, considering that you need quite some coordination to make him work flawlessly.
Yeah, well, you know, it can be kind of scary if you see a Blitz charging towards you. Flash shield in hand. He's going to clear out security office first. Nunrai is nearby in support, but they know that there's a Blitz on the board as Panday shoots his shot towards him. Looks like Baroque wants to back up off that information. Well, they've completely shut down that angle. They have to be worried about the one player who's in the service entrance right now.
I don't think they're yet knowledgeable about that player in the service entrances. Oh, okay. Alright. Well, Maze taking things off very well. And there's the player in the service entrance that we just talked before, completely unknowledgeable about... sorry, completely unknown to the enemy team, but right now Buried Alive has got quite some work cut out for him.
And we'll see C4 is going to come on out. Boom, that's a double. Border Tech Gonna shut him on down, leaving it all up to Nunro in the 1-on-5. These clutch situations just getting worse and worse, Cthulhu.
No, right. Nearly got knifed there as well by Panday, who got a little bit too cheeky. But yeah, things went far from well for 200 Degrees, as they're actually seeming to be running into a similar issue where Polar Race were in during the first rounds of the attack on Clubhouse, where they don't drone.
Yeah, I was going to make the
Very
exact same point. Droning has been horrendous, and I suppose that's kind of what we did see from 200 Degrees on Clubhouse. It just wasn't punished as much.
Yeah, well,
As I said,
plus
they
the
take
fact that
risks.
they took risks, and well, Baroque had initially a good idea how to go in for the peak, but the fact that they never knew about the position of what I believe was mute and service entrance was pretty much the fatal mistake there for
Defenders
200
protect your
Degrees.
bombs
But
from being defended
nonetheless,
by attackers.
they still have some rounds to go and have some room for mistake. But really, they might want to win out those last 2 rounds of the first half, considering that, well, going in with a draw would be a much more comfortable position to go into defense rather than going in, say, a 2-4 scoreline, or rather even
Especially
5-1.
because a map like Coastline isn't especially defender-sided.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah. I mean, it also depends on how much do you want to play out your defense, considering that if you play some hard roam,
Maze.
could be.
Bro.
Oh, okay, Maze, bro, just goes in,
Just jumps out from the side entrance there.
Oh my, okay. I like how Maze is playing just overall, just being very nimble on his feet. Just he goes in, gets the peak, backs off into a much more safe position. Albeit now he still continues to keep on challenging that position.
See, those kind of kills shouldn't be happening. Really.
That is also true, yeah.
Like, you should be ready for those kind of spawn peaks. Like, that's one of my favorite spots to spawn peek at. And if you're playing at a pro level, you
Should be
shouldn't be
expecting it
caught off
somewhere.
guard. Yeah.
Or at the very least, you should already have a hunch, knowing that, hey, there's going to be a spawn peak, or just expect it just flat out, and then play off that. But it's amusing how 200 Degrees just stalling out of that very just one peak. They still taking so much time to just clear out now the sunrise.
Well, there's going to be Panday downing the dock. Is he going to be able to finish him off? No, he's not. Skitter's going to go down, however. It looks like the dock of Panday is going to just get on out of there and boost his HP back up. Looks like Maze is now getting pinched from multiple angles, but he's going to go low. Can he find the shot? No. Still alive somehow, but for how long?
I wonder if there's a rotation hole, because I think I saw that the wall behind him was actually very much soft, so could be utilized to the full extent. But oh, there's the peak, and whoops, nice shot there by Baroque. But so far in the 3v3, and the defense is much more healthier than the attack.
Yeah, for now, Border Tech hanging out in the lobby. Nunrise the closest to him. JDF and Panday both sitting back on site. So from what I can tell, it looks like 200 Degrees are planning on jumping in through the kitchen window to try and go for the plant.
That could be the case, and interestingly enough here is the fact that so far, the fact that one of the 3 players of 200 Degrees is actually very much separated right now. This could end up resulting in 3 separate 1v1 gunfights, but it seems that, oh, there's the trade actually coming out. That's make it actually, wait, okay, just trade out the whole team, as Polar Race will just be absolutely nuts, and Panday is just having the game of his life, really. Oh, look at those
spicy.
shots. Spicy boy. Nicely done by Panday to round things up to 4 points in favor of Polar Ace Esports rather than against 1 point of 200 Degrees.
Well, things are not looking good here for 200 Degrees. Bringing out the Lion this time, maybe to try and lock down those defenders. Buried Alive is going to have to 6th pick as well.
Maybe it's going to be a Jackal pick as well, because Jackal with Lion is going to be quite a scary combination. But instead, it will be IQ by him and Skittles.
Attackers need to locate
Skitter
and
will be,
defuse as
that's
many
the one.
bombs as they can.
I had just, pardon, I had a brain aneurysm here. But Skitter actually swapping out from one SAS operator to another, Smoke to a mute, which should be pretty much
Located by
allowing
attackers.
some major denial of the information, albeit that Twitch and IQ will be trying to completely deny that.
Yeah. Well, once again, they're bringing out the mirror on just this bomb site here, Cthulhu, in their final defensive round of the half.
I don't think Mira was actually even utilized to her full extent, really. It was one of those just fallback positions that Polar Ace kind of set out for themselves. And well, there's yet another spawn peak. Can this time 200 Degrees learn of their mistakes?
It's the exact same one too, with the pistol.
And with a pistol as well, yeah. That's the most probably humiliating part of it, is the fact that before Maze was able to get that, not with a Scorpion, it was just the pistol. Just tip-tapping away, but seems like could have been a hot breach, but no. Instead, it will be just a breach to open up one of the windows, and Panda is going to be now forced to hold an angle into that window in the luggage room. Okay.
Aquarium is where drones are coming on in. Bring in the Blackbeard as well. It seems like 200 Degrees is just trying to go for like, I suppose, operators that kind of just have a simple utility. You know, the Lion, the Blackbeard, Twitch. You know, just bringing out some comfort fragging operators rather than trying to play strat heavy right now. That's not going to work out great, as Maze is going to find Buried alive, but Baroque is going to trade him straight back with that F2. Nunrai, he's pushing up on Skitter right now, but is he aware at all of his positioning? No, he's looking the wrong way, and he's going to lose his life for it. 4v3 as a result from that.
Good pick there overall by Skitter as well. I think find that shot, as the initial distraction by Lion was pretty much his demise, but oh, nice timing as well, but can that C4 land as... Oh, there it is. We'll be landing it actually on the TZK. So 2v4 now, as Baroque is actually going to be one trying to find some closure there with the F2. Oh,
What?
wow.
Did he shoot that Claymore before it went off?
Yeah, he did.
Bruh.
Oh, is this getting so close to actually finding that shot, but the moment he turns away, Skitter will be punishing him for it. Oh boy.
Well, this map has not looked great for 200 Degrees at all. They are struggling as it's a 1v4. Once again, a clutch situation for someone on 200 Degrees to try and pull on off. Can't find the first one, and Polar Ace are going to finish this half with a 5-1 lead.
That does this carry scoreline as well to finish the first half on, considering that, well, yeah, defensive side can be much more beneficial here for you, but the way how some of the rounds went for Polar Ace on the previous round, I'm not too hopeful here for 200 Degrees, albeit that, I mean, we also saw some really good defensive rounds from 200 Degrees as well.
Well, Blue Bar, Sunrise Bar is where they're going to attempt to mount this comeback, Cthulhu. Bringing out the
Interestingly
Warden.
Yeah, I was just about to point out, yeah, the Warden out of all the operators, and he won't be six picked, interestingly enough. Instead, it will be Buried Alive who are actually bringing in a pulse. So, tempted to say that maybe Warden will be the person playing around, maybe the entrance to the Sunrise from the northwest entrance.
Yeah, the Salada.
Yeah.
I don't even know
I
if that's
feel that,
exactly how it's pronounced, but, or if that's how it's spelled. But it says exit in Spanish, which I think is similar. I call it Salada.
Okay. Fair enough.
There's a big sign above it that says that.
Right, yeah. Okay. Oh, I'll keep that in mind for the next time.
It's like a little, antechamber perhaps? A foyer?
10
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
Just the exit room.
Yeah.
5 seconds left.
Funnily enough, it's actually in game still. Yeah, there we go. Pool entrance. That's what it's called officially in the game. So
Yeah, but that big red sign that's above the door, it says Salada or something like that.
yeah. Interestingly enough, actually, Baroque is actually setting up a similar setup that Wildcard back when they were part of Augulus, actually practicing quite a fair bit. So interesting to see how it's going to play out.
I was going to say, it is interesting that they've decided to bring a mirror on this bomb site, whereas it was Polar Ace only bringing the mirror on one bomb site.
That is also a good point, yeah. I mean, Mira slipping in through in general on Coastline is one of those really rare moments, considering that she's usually banned out no matter what on this map.
Well,
Point
Panda
at least,
looking like
Yeah.
he just wants to run on in through the pool entrance, but he's not going to.
Yeah, for now, I reckon for Polar Ace, the main way to really kind of have the aggression going is try to take control of the hookah lounges. So, Panda nearly lost his head there.
Yeah, that would have been a nuts shot.
Yeah. Because Maestro was just tapping away at that very angle, but nicely done by Skitter actually to open things up here. As Baroque to go down, that is not what you want right now, because that is C4 off the board as well.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
oh, C4
Uh-oh.
through the floor does not do anything. We're going to see the shots find. In fact, Panday goes down through the floor.
Just that very actually opening with the C4, interestingly enough.
Yeah, buried alive with the pulse shotgun, actually. I thought that was smoke for a second. I don't know why, because I did see him go on his scanner. Gonna be Zist as well to fight back and find a Skitter, as they're very aware of this one player who's on the stairs. Like
I don't think they have
think-
any utility put down as well to counter that flank as well.
Yeah, he's just lying in wait, isn't he, with that shotgun? Drone's gonna come on out, but don't think it's checked that exact position. You are right about that Warden playing in that entrance as the shots through the floor are gonna come on out. This is really slowed down for Polar Ace. They need to find a foothold back into this round.
Yeah, they need to find that frag on either Zist or Buried Alive, because TZK having that foothold in the bar is certainly going to be that secondary objective, but instead it will be Border Take who will be finding the shot. Oh, a little bit on the potato shots there to come out, but JD at the end will be finding the kill. So now with the ban count, just about as I say, evened out, we'll be now going into 1v2 actually. 1v1 rather, with 10 seconds left to go. The plan needs to start happening here by Maze, as he's barely on any health, but instead the Ash player will be trying to maybe go in for some frags. Yeah, he's just full on sending it in. Oh, nearly missing out on that potential. Buried Alive will be actually finally connecting on the, I believe, second or third shot with a shotgun.
Oh, that was so close, wasn't it, Cthulhu? 200
Yeah, that white
degrees,
swing,
staying in
holy.
it.
Yeah, so potentially a beginning for 200 Degrees comeback here, as it was a pretty well executed defense, all things considered. Albeit that Buried Alive nearly choked that 1v1. But gotta give it to them. They've done so far pretty well. They managed to take the first map into a draw. If they are able to put this one into a draw, that will be pretty huge for them, all things considered, really.
Well, kitchen service entrance now for 200 Degrees. You know, Cthulhu, they can come back and win this one if they can go flawless, and that's all elites, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, that would be a scary thought there for Polar Ace, because they've got the lesson for themselves saying that, well, you can't really ride 200 Degrees fully off, even with all the stats saying completely the opposite. But right now, I mean, they've played so far really, really well. Actually, now it got me curious if Polar Ace will end up getting it to a draw. Yeah, they will have only 6 points total, which still kind of puts them. It still leaves them in that kind of relegation position, because they need right now at least a map win to actually put themselves above Team Script at the moment, who will be actually playing on later on tonight.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Oh, Baroque bringing out the Legion. The nerfed Legion, as we spoke about earlier. Oh, a bit of a cheeky peeky here from Buried Alive.
Hello.
Interesting one.
Pretty long one as well, and I don't think a whole lot of players are going to be expecting that one.
His legs exposed from the other angle. think there might be.
Imagine. Oh, he doesn't see it. Oh, Skitter in the bush. Yeah, the bush is saving him so much here.
Oh, he's gonna
gotta
get
run.
out of there.
Gotta go. Won't be punished whatsoever, albeit that Skitter had all of the possibilities to actually just shift W and find that shot onto the rook.
It's funny because he's the Rook Elite, which is the spaceman one. Oh, and he's like, I must go, my people need me. But Maze will find Nunrider, kick things off. That's the bandit going down. And they are wasting a lot of this utility here, trying to burn all these ADSs. They're going to throw in a few flashbangs. You're going to see the peak come on out. Enemy detected outside. Buried Alive going to start holding this angle.
I'd imagine that would have been Zist who actually was trying to go for a run out, but I don't think there is any.
Oh,
And it said, oh, that is, oh my, okay, that is quite unfortunate of a firefight there for Panday.
got to switch back from his shotgun. So in the meantime, Zist did find a frag onto Skitter as Panday's going to find Buried Alive finally from above.
So that does put us at a 4v1 position here, but I believe there's currently one rumor, and actually Panday is fully aware that there is a flank coming around, so with Baroque now evening the man count, do you reckon Zist might actually be able to make that big power move here?
We'll have to wait and see. Cthulhu, Zist is going to prone and sneak his way past. Is he going to be on the flank to find this buck here? Oh, that's a great shot from Panday, but the trade, surely this comes on out. Yes, it does, from Zist into a 2-on-2.
Good trades between the two teams so far overall. It's been continuously going back and forth, but so far, health-wise, it is definitely in favor of 200 degrees here. On the defense, is Boditech is being a little bit paranoid about that potential peak by Zist, who has been last seen up above, and I'm pretty sure he still is there. Yeah, no, he returned back to the toilet, and oh, the jiggle peaks. All the jiggle peaks.
The wide swing, but it's going to go in favor of 200 degrees as they close it out.
Nice hold there by Zist and TCK, and I gotta give it to Zist once again. He just did what he does best, just go in for the late flanks and find that, at the very least, a trade, which worked out pretty well to even things out for 200 degrees there.
Now, what do you think, Cthulhu? Do you think 200 degrees have a chance of coming back in this one? I really feel like that Polar Ace, they're making the rounds very close, but they're still losing them. Whereas when we saw 200 degrees on defense, they were getting shreked every time, leaving a player in a clutch situation.
I think it's Polar Ace slowly getting into that mentality of like, yeah, we're getting so close to winning this whole map, and they subconsciously starting to make some of the small mistakes where 200 degrees are able to emphasize and play off them. Like, for example, the way how Panday ended up playing this out, he got the kill and then just got full on relaxed after he got the shot onto Legion, and instead of holding an angle and knowing that fully knowledgeable that there is a roamer up above, he just decides to just stay literally bang on in the center of the room and keep on reloading whilst having like still half a mag. So
yeah, well, hindsight's 2020.
Yeah, hindsight 2020. Yeah, you got the point. But and honestly, at least to me, it feels that there's just small micro mistakes that Polar Ace make, and this is where 200 degrees end up coming around and just emphasizing of those mistakes, really.
Oh, I like this from Buried Alive. He's going to sit here with a prepped window, wait for someone to get right below him, and then he's going to jump on out with that shotgun.
That could be quite deadly, but I don't think actually anyone spawned on that side, which...
Oh! Hello?
Maze. Hello, nice lineup there. Actually, look at both of those bodies actually lined up right at the Cool Vibes entrance to the stairs.
Attackers have located a bomb.
That's quite huge, actually. Getting rid of Zist and Nunrai, the Legion and the Jaeger, that is a huge beginning, even in less than a minute of the round. The C4 being prepped here. Won't be really successful in any case, but that also signals to the fact that there's only one more C4 remaining here for 200 degrees defense.
Yeah, well, Polarace have really slowed down after that early flurry of kills. I thought it was a rush when I first saw them come out, but that's not the case. They're deciding to take this more slow and methodically. Gonna send out all their utility, getting ready to push on in to the bomb site. There we go, Skidder to find Buried alive. So a 2-on-5, both of them sitting here ready to receive. Gonna see the peak, but oh no, Baroque can't land those shots. Can't land the follow-up either, and he's gonna lose it and his third attempt at a bite of the apple. TZK is the only one left up. He has found one. Diffuser has been planted, so the 1-on-4 retake is still possible, but unlikely, and unlikely it was, as Polarace are gonna put themselves to match point.
So at the very least here, Polarace will be the ones to ensure that there will be at the very least a draw, but pretty sure they looking to settle for a much higher being the win. But
Yeah.
it seems like a similar trend that we saw from Polarace on the first map, where we saw them first 2 rounds being lost out, where they just weren't able to either find coordination or the momentum or the frags. And the moment they kind of readjusted, they got their momentum back. It was a full-on demolition. And even, albeit that the very beginning of the round started very unconventionally with the double kill from the Zafio, who I believe rushed up the Sunrise bar.
Yep.
That is nonetheless still pretty huge.
Yes, yeah, a great way to start that round off for Polarace. It's very hard to recover from if you're 200 degrees. You have to hope for some individual brilliance.
Bomb located by
Yeah,
attackers.
I mean, a fair few times we did see from both of the teams actually just some good general individual performance, and that was one of the main kind of deal breakers for a fair few of these rounds. So, and now for 200 degrees, they will need to just play probably as safely as they can, because right now the way how just Polarace were allowed to go full aggression was just absolutely nuts.
5 seconds to go. Attackers are moving
Well,
to defuse a bomb.
here we go, potentially final round. And if it starts off like the previous one did, I think this might be the final round. Buried alive wants to get aggressive here though, and oh, he's going to be punished for it. Panday gonna find the shots. Looks like he tried to bait with a alibi device outside. Didn't quite work at all.
Not at all, and that is just like that. Such a swift take as well of the hook lounge. Oh my! There is no pulse as well on the board, so they wouldn't really know particularly where that Zofia would be, because otherwise that C4 would have come in flying.
Oh, they're well aware of the position of the Jaeger as well. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh man. Oh man.
No, I think this might be
Skidder.
over though. Cthulhu 2v5. Skidder is down, but he'll be picked up. So Zis and Baroque have to hold on in a pretty impossible situation here. Zis will find one though. That's Panday. In fact, make it double, as he's also found Maze, as they've completely left him alone on this top floor, but oh, he's going to be shut down by JDF. All up to Baroque, playing at range with the SMG-11. He does have a shotgun, but I don't think he's going to want to use that weapon here.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Whoop.
As all the grenades are starting to roll in, it does take the initial damage, and with the diffuser planet now, the timer is going to be starting to play against them with all the angles being set up from above, the side, and all of the initial damage is starting to fly in. Poor Baroque just
great.
can't seem to find the shots here.
Defenders
Some really nice angles, but will be traded out from above. Polarace will be claiming themselves map number 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, nicely done by the Polarace lads. They definitely looked large and in charge on that map. A lot better than what they did on Clubhouse. 200 degrees definitely looking quite lost, I must say.
Yeah, it was very much of an unfortunate turnout. A 7-3 after a draw, which was looking quite promising there for 200 degrees. But nonetheless, Polar Ace did manage to find their momentum back after a pretty well-made comeback, I must say, on map number 1.
Yeah,
So-
well, we are just going to quickly switch chats to try and get a chat with, who is it? I believe it's JDF. So just hold on
JDF,
for a
yeah.
sec, guys. We'll be trying to sort this out. One moment. I apologize, just trying to get this all ready. Cthulhu, you're there? You can hear me?
Yep.
Yep,
and
sweet,
clear.
sweet. So yeah, we're just gonna have to wait till we can get in contact with JDF from Polar Ace. What else can we talk about from that match? Oh,
Pardon? Well, overall, I gotta say, first of all, that the way how Polar Ace managed to kind of get themselves up and running during the offense was really well coordinated. Just pushing some really well coordinated initial aggression. Like we saw on the final 2 rounds how confident they were in just pushing full on, taking that initial offense and just taking it on a whole new level.
yes, indeed. Also, I am going to ask about their droning on Clubhouse and how it improved. Hello, JD, can you hear us? Hello.
Base to JD.
Can you hear us, JD?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yep. I'll just turn you up a bit. So, good game in the end. And on the first map, you guys didn't manage to win that one, but on the second one, you came away with the win. What happened on the first map on your attacks? You seemed to start off very slow and couldn't quite pin down their roamers.
Yeah, so the problem I think we had was not playing very well with our Montang, because what we tried in scrims was to use the Montang in play, but you know we haven't really tried it against high level teams. You know, essentially when we come into Pro League, there was a bit of a choke there, a bit of a miscommunication.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, all right. But on Coastline, you just played a lot better. What was different compared to Clubhouse?
I think what was different is my team's confidence. So, you know, from Maze deciding to spawn peek like
Yeah.
twice.
With a
Yeah,
pistol as
wow.
well. Yep.
Once he did that, our team was just like, dude, let's just kill all of them. You know, he just continued to spawn peek, and then we realized that let's just play our own game. You know, like how we normally play to win. And
Yep.
yeah, so actually he gave us that confidence by getting that 2 spawn kills, which also, you know, we were tense at first, but I think after the 2 spawn kills, we were back to our normal.
Yeah, Panday and Maze really started
Yeah.
stepping it up, so it's great to see. We're going to finish it off here, but any final words you want to say to anyone that's watching from home, any fans?
Yeah, I would just like to thank the Polar Ace fans for always sticking with us. You know, our lineup has always been changing, you know, and recently we didn't do too well for one of the compies that people expected us to do, but this win will help us to be more confident in the future, and you know, we're gonna try our best to continue that, and we hope to win the rest of our games. Yeah.
All right, no worries. Thank you very much, JD. You have a good one.
Thank you. Thank you.
No worries. See you, mate.
See
Right, well, I'll just get Cthulhu back in here so we can chat with him. And actually, Cthulhu, you back? Yes, he's
Yes.
back. All right, well, we are going to go to a break, guys. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after that very quick break. 2 maps down, 2 more to go. I'm Monkey Fist. This is Cthulhu. All right, let's look forward to this one. What do we got?
Script versus Team 1122. So currently the number 6 versus number 5, as 1122 are currently higher than Script. So far they've seen a much better success in the first half comparative to Script's run overall.
Yes.
Albeit-
Sorry, go.
Albeit that Script actually had some really tough opponents. They versed Xavier,
Yes.
they versed Giants, and Q Confirm.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Xavier, Script have not had the easiest time so far, whereas I think 1122 have Q Confirm. Oh, sorry, Xavier coming up or Q Confirm. They have one of the tougher teams. I know that for sure.
Yeah, they got Xavier coming up.
Yeah, they've got Xavier coming up. So that's going to be a rough game for them. And depending on how this one goes, can depend who ends up on top or whichever. But coming into this, though, Cthulhu, who would you favor?
Honestly, on paper, 1122 has more wins and technically would have the favor here within the matchup, considering they're also higher on the leaderboard. But like we touched on before, 1122 had a bit of an easier run overall. They had to verse 200 degrees. They versed right before the end of the first half. They had to verse Polarize as well, and well, those were all very much successful runs. Whereas against Q Confirm and Giants, well, it wasn't really as successful. But let's take a look at the Script roster here.
Yeah, Cuervo, Array, Kicked, Rix, and Tolji. I don't think I've had the pleasure of casting Script at all this season yet, Cthulhu.
And I think I've got to cast them once or twice with Infinite, I believe. But yeah, overall they seem to have some, at the very least in the first half, they had some good coordination overall, but just were lacking occasionally on some firefights here and there. And I mean, looking at their performance overall, it's either a really close matchup or it's just a complete shutdown. Because against Xavier, it was 7-1, 7-2, whereas against teams like Giants and Q Confirm, it was 4-7, 5-7. So very close scorelines.
Yeah, well, Team Script, as I said previously, have had some great performances and have gone to one previous APAC LAN. However,
as well as that, they also had Array actually be a part of Airwolf for quite a while.
Yes, that is true. Array was on the Airwolf squad, but yeah, they really haven't been able to continue that high level of performance and have been slipping down the table. But they've definitely been hoping tonight to start a comeback to previous form.
Yeah, I mean, if they manage to win their game against 1122 here, they're going to be having quite some even firefights here against Polarace and Lissay, who are technically lower than them on the leaderboard, but I wouldn't be writing off at the very least Lissay, who are actually, they're actually 2 positions higher right now than Script.
Mm-hmm. But we do have 1122's lineup here: Edmund, Coley, Jimmy, Dabu, and CT. Now, Edmund and Coley have been around for quite a while, probably year 1, season 1, I think. It's definitely a long time.
Yeah, those are the 2 remaining players from the days when Lusty was a part of this roster, and we were actually talking with a few of the Sinister players as well who remembered those names. And yeah, for those who followed the APAC competitive scene, this has been pretty much a blast from the past.
A blast from the past. Yeah, I like that. So who's the player to watch on this roster, Cthulhu? I'm leaning towards Edmund and Coley just from their experience alone.
Yeah, well, Edmund and Coley, that duo has seen quite a fair few highlights, but also we did see CT occasionally pop off. So he has been kind of, you could call it a rising star of 1122's lineup. So those 3, I'd reckon, will be the main three players that we'll need to keep an eye on. But I wouldn't be excluding Jimmy and Dabu to occasionally pop off. But from my from my memory, I don't recollect seeing a whole lot of highlights from them.
Alright, well, let's break this down then as we're getting closer to the time of starting. Where are we kind of expecting these matchups to take place at? What maps?
Maps-wise, I mean, I reckon we might be seeing something across the lines of maybe a Clubhouse, considering that Club is the most picked map so far for 1122. They've played it, hang on, quick maths, 3 times so far out of the whole season, and the 2 of those times were against Giants Gaming, interestingly enough. And then comes Cafe being their second most picked map, actually with Bank probably on the side. But look at this, so far it's going to be Consulate Arana.
Yeah, we do have an answer to the question, Consulate. Clubhouse was banned by Script, so obviously they are aware of how 1122 can play on it. Cafe was banned by 1122. You said that Cafe was one of their better maps, or sorry, did you say that was Script's?
It was one of their... No, it was 1122 is one of the more picked maps, but on both times they've picked it, they were pretty much bulldozed there by a Q Confirm, really, in a 7-1, 7-2 fashion. So I wouldn't be surprised that they will be banning it out, really.
Yes, indeed. Theme Park, of course, gone first. You know, Cthulhu, I'm just surprised we haven't seen it played yet.
Yeah, Theme Park is just... I'm guessing it's just... Yeah, well... It's one of those maps that I believe it will become pretty much what Villa initially was, and then Cafe became, and then now it's Theme Park's time, where the good teams will be falling. Because it's one of those, well, somewhat newer maps introduced into the competitive pool, and still for some of the teams, it would still take some time to really learn it fully. But here's an interesting thing, though. For Team Script, they have never played they never played Consulate. It was never throughout the whole season. They have not played a single bit of Consulate, it was mainly Bank or Cafe that they've played. Both of those maps 3 times in a row. Sorry, not 3 times in a row, but 3 times total.
Well, maybe it's something they've been working on during the invitational break, or maybe it's something that they've accidentally let slip through, but we will find out as we head right onto Consulate. Ban phase going to be starting off. Script starting on attacks at 1122. We'll have the first ban, which is going to be a Nomad.
Okay, so Nomad is one of those bans on Consulate that has been becoming more and more prevalent, considering how strong can she be to deny some of the flanks here, especially considering that Consulate does allow you to do quite a fair few of the late flanks.
Lion gonna be banned by Team Script.
Okay.
Just want to deny any of that information gathering that Lion can get. There's been a bit of banter in the chat between these two teams, of course.
Yeah, having some friendly banter is definitely a good thing to have. But on the ban phase, though, we do see Valkyrie being banned out next, which is also somewhat of a popular decision to ban out, considering she can hide some of her cameras outside quite well. And to top things off, it will be Echo to be seeing a ban phase in his favor. So, well, actually not in his favor, pardon. Wrong formulation, but
Against him.
against him, yeah. But yeah, what I reckon what could be also the plan here for Script at the very least is the fact that they are going to be going into this map as more of a dark horse, because there's not really a whole lot of study material against them as to how they're planning to play out Consulate. And for teams like 1122, their only way to really try to read them on how they play is based off how they've played similar maps.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where instead of counter-stratting, they just got to follow their own strats, right? That's what they have to do. And I suppose that leads the advantage to Script and the fact that they can do their own counter-strats, because I believe 1122 have played Consulate so far this season.
Yeah, so 1122, they just actually, at their final play day in the first half of the season, they've played it against Polarace and actually were able to draw it out against them. So this could be a close map for them, but like we mentioned right at the beginning of the broadcast as well, for all of those teams, they had plenty of amount of time to prep some stuff. They had time to rest as well. So this could be a complete 180 here, and we may be seeing just a full-on roll by Team Script here.
Interesting to see that they're going to start off defending in the split bomb site Cthulhu.
Yeah, that's one of those things that maybe teams are prompting to just try to throw off maybe the initial pace, because we saw a fair few times when the very first round will be a complete difference to what the general pace of the match would be. Say a full-on flat-out rush could be done, or just a overly aggressive peak from either one of the sides. So this could also be used to just break that initial pace and to break that initial maybe morale even.
Quavo interested in entering over by Yellow Stairs. Instead, he's going to open up into Garage.
Good initial reaction, but to no avail, albeit that there is, I believe, a roamer around CCTV who just got droned out.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if they know he's there or they're just guessing he's there. But there's roamers all over the map right now. We've got Dabex all the way on the top floor on the west side of the building. Looks like he's going to start making his way down Yellow Stairs.
Yeah, that is quite a wide roam there set up. There's, ooh.
Drone went past him just then as well. How aware are they going to be of his position? Oh, he's going to shoot, but he's missed his shots. Array is just going to get past scot-free. Dabex is going to be kicking himself right now for that one.
Yeah, right now his position is now going to be fully exposed here, with the Thermite now going in for the peek. And the dance of the bullets will be coming out as actually Dabex comes out successful. Double, oh my, as the Breach duo will be falling to those shots, as now it is Toji's time to start the trades.
Yeah, Rix as well, gonna finally cash in on that DabX check into a 3-on-3, and there's Cuervo to improve it, finding Edmund. Gonna force their way up behind this mirror. There's no one there, but they don't know that just yet. There is this angle from above for CT.
Yeah, CT, so one person per site could be a good beginning for a retake, but oh wait, Cuervo, oh no.
This is
I wanna see
probably
that kill cam.
cheeky.
I want to see that kill cam. Oh, hello. He was in it. Okay, he had just a very late reaction to that, but that is quite unfortunate though for Team 1122, considering that they have managed to get a really nice opening. Getting rid of the Thermite and Thatcher was a very good signal for a potentially good round, a good beginning of a round, but alas, that was not meant to happen really.
Well, gonna go back to the top floor this time for 1122 after that bomb site did not work out too well for them, Cthulhu.
Yeah, that decision of trying to pick that tertiary site
Protect your bombs from
was very much questionable there. But now we are going to be moving on to a bit more of a conventional site. The console office and meeting room is one of those sites where we did see a few ways that can be defended, but the most meta at the moment is, yeah, reinforcing the two wall patches that are closer to the admin office, or rather break room exit, and then having some presence in the connector room with some heavy reinforcement. So from what I see so far, it probably will be yet again just an anchor hold there, but with DabX adding a dab of some road.
must locate and defuse.
I like that. Oh, sorry, I'm having a few issues with my microphone.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think that should be fixed now.
Okay.
Maybe.
Hopefully.
I'll lower it down
Hopefully
a bit more.
the
I
microphones
don't
will
want to
be-
ruin anyone's ears. Alright. Alright, so first round going to Team Script. 1122 completely outclassed. Going for the cheese pick of the split bomb site. Cheese if you want to call it that, I suppose. But are they going to have more success on this top floor?
Well, let's see if they will be finding the
Located.
success here. Does find the position of Mozzie onto Coley, but now Array decides to not to do anything with that information just yet, and instead will be trying to rendezvous with his team, which is not a bad idea as well, I gotta say.
Kicked, repelling on the bathroom window. Just trying to cut off anyone at the top of yellow stairs, which there is no one currently, so looks like that's going to be the platform for Script's attack, right? They're going to try and take control of the top of yellow and use that to springboard into the site. They are going for a pinch as well. Array, Tolji, and I didn't quite see who the other one was over here. Rix. We're all pushing from admin office.
I mean, the push from admin office is fairly usual, but that denial of those Excursions is certainly going to be quite huge, and that peak by Cuervo will be denying the peak onto Coley, but CT to respond. Very nice trade onto the Zophius and no more of the stun grenades, and with all the flurry of kills coming out right now, it certainly looks like the offense might be coming out on top as, well, Edmund pinches in on that whole discussion saying, no, we're just going to keep it even.
It's just trades back and forth, Cthulhu. We went from a 5-on-5 to a 2-on-2, and there's Edmund to find a triple Rix to trade him straight on back, and oh, he hits that one too! He hits those. The Script are going to find the second in this series. This is a nice shot for sure, yep.
And that was, yeah, that was crisp, clean. Not gonna lie, that was very well done by Rix as, yeah, once again, yeah, it's 2-0 so far for Team Script. as things are starting to heat up here. Honestly, both teams so far had seen a very nice set of trades, like you mentioned before, and yeah, it ended up fully coming down to 1v1 situation.
Well, Garage this time for 1122, changing it up every time, no matter how it goes, win or lose on this one.
I mean, it's one of those. It's a decent idea to just, instead of retrying and potentially exposing more of your strats or approaches, you instead just keep on going, keep on keeping it fresh, keep on keeping the opposing team on their toes, and try to maybe get them to continuously change up their approach. But it certainly doesn't look like Script are really phased by that. They still stay on the same lineup, which seemed to have worked pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah, not changing it up at all. I do like how they're bringing the Blackbeard.
Yeah, Blackbeard, albeit I don't think he did see a whole lot of action for himself, really, apart from like 1 or 2 peaks.
Yeah, well, the thing is about the Blackbeard, especially on a map like Consulate, is that he can sit up on those windows. Especially where, a map like Consulate where it does require a lot of window play. He's a great operator to have there. You know, I know a lot of people don't like the Blackbeard. In fact, I don't even like playing Blackbeard.
But hey, you got to do what you got to do to win the rounds, and if BB is the way for you to go, well, I mean, by all means, he is in the game. He's not banned. He's not forbidden by any rule set. So play to your heart's content. Ooh.
All the way on the top floor, looking like he might want to go for a run out, go for a bit of a cheeky roam.
I mean, he could be very much. Yeah, he has all the avenues. He has a very nice gun as well for that very thing. But I think for now, he's just going to play it safe and might rotate down to the ground floor.
He's been forced back.
Yeah, he has been forced back, so he still can yoink away some of the drones. I believe he has, one or two more of those pests placed around. So apart from that, really, yeah, just fall back maybe a little bit, or just play passively from these stairs and then play off that position. But meanwhile, Riggs did take up some damage. I'm not too sure where did that come around, and there it is. There's the frag by Coley.
Yeah, Coley finding a pick. Dab has taken some damage as well, but I think he sent more back to Rix.
I mean, I'm not too sure if that was actually Dab who actually engaged on Rix, but either way, some decent damage being dished out onto Script, and this may very well be the first round for Team 1122 to actually pick up against Team Script.
Yeah, we heard that C4 go off. I wonder where that was. I think it was maybe a guess of through the floor. Kicked to find Coley, however, so there goes that roaming Mozzie. Still got to worry about the player in the toilets, though.
Yeah, so that will be the next pretty much target here, to try to get rid of that Jaeger, but it is going to be so difficult to get rid of him, considering that he has the ADSs there, he's got his position and the reinforced walls, but there is also a BB there who's peeking, and that is the operator that you were talking quite a fair bit about, Monkey.
So that's what he's good for, taking these firefights. Like, he would have died without that face shield there. Admittedly, he's gone very low instead, but he can peek another day.
Exactly, but with 40 seconds left to go, Script might be slowly starting to run out of time, albeit that they do have the man advantage, albeit just barely even, barely any. They still have, the defense has some good positioning, as well as that there's the gas grenade as well, albeit this was the very last one to be used. Can they find those picks, though? That is the main question here. As Kick does give us that response, he does find the shots, as well as that there's another trade. 1v3. It's now all up to CT.
Yeah, no more smoke babes means he's going to have to get aggressive on this one. And there's the Blackbeard covering. If he'd died earlier because he didn't have his face shield, that would not have happened. And Script have put up 3 in a row, Cthulhu.
Really nice performance here by Team Script, considering that on stats, the matchup was definitely looking more in favor of 1122, but it certainly looks like the fact that Script never really played throughout this whole season on Consulate really seems to be paying off, as 1122 seeming to be just absolutely clueless as to how do they want to execute this.
Well, gonna go back to the archives and tell us. I think they are one of the teams that love to just change it up every round, no matter what happened in the bomb site. They tried to defend Cthulhu.
Yeah, it certainly does look like could be the case here. But Archives didn't tell us. So far, that bomb site didn't really work out as well, albeit that it was a decent opening by DebX, who initially whiffed the shots into array, but later down the line did manage to find the double kill. But apart from that, there wasn't really a whole lot of action to be seen from Team 1122. So maybe this time they will see a much better execution, but apart from that, really, I believe this is just about the same operator lineup here that we see from 1122.
Yes.
Okay.
Did they take the dock last time they were on this bomb site?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah, I think they might have, yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy was on the dock last time, and he got pretty much shut down by the Blackbeard, who was peeking the double door into the... Yeah.
One thing I will say, though, is that Script are bringing the exact same lineup every round. I would like to see them bring a Thermite instead when attacking Garage, at least.
Yeah, Thermite would probably be a much better choice, considering that he just, in general, makes bigger holes. But, I mean, overall, if going with the gunfights, I probably would end up picking on Hibana rather than Thermite. If you think about the firepower rather than the utility here.
Yeah, that's true. I suppose it didn't really hinder them in the end in their previous round attacking Garage. They got in and they got the plant down, or almost got the plant down, and they won the round. That's all that matters, really.
Look at how close already Tolji is. Close by to the side. There is a two-man roam up above, and I'm pretty sure the CP are very much wary about that. But instead, they're just looking like they just might go in for a very aggressive push. And there's already the peak happening. There's the peak from the side. Nice pinch there by Tolji and kicked as well. As well as that, Array does manage to find the shot onto Dap. So very quick, very swift take of the side, and only now the C4 might be coming out. Holy.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
a
there it
double,
is.
though.
Ooh.
It's a double for Edmund, and he's going to find a third, but Array's going to find his own double, putting us into the 2-on-2. Make it Edmund with a quad kill. Can he get the ace? Players on the yellow stairs just next to him. They're going to start the defuse, and there we go. Edmund finds the ace to find the round for Team 1122. As Coley is going to get that defuse off. Jeez, Cthulhu. That was nuts.
Yeah, that was quite nutty there by Edmund, really. If not for him, this would have been pretty much the round for the taking of Script. And very well, I mean, honestly, they should have expected that the C4 will be coming and flying out, but didn't really do much about it, and well, paid for that very dearly.
I am going to say, though, that we said that Script were taking the exact same lineup every round. However, that round they took a Ash instead of their Blackbeard.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
And look, here we go. This time they've got a Thermite.
Yeah. So they are prompting to change things around. So this time it is Blackbeard, and well, before Blackbeard, now Ash being swapped out, and Cuervo is actually just instead of sticking to Thermite, actually will be just returning back to Blackbeard. Never mind. We are back to
Jackal,
same.
actually.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
No, because he picked Jackal initially
okay.
and then went back to Blackbeard.
Well, it's been Tolji who's playing the Blackbeard, so it looks like Tolji and Cuervo have swapped because Cuervo was on the Zofia.
Oh yeah.
But just quick roll swap, so I'm wondering why. Maybe it's because Cuervo's only got 3 kills and Tolji's got 6 and he's jealous.
Give me Blackbeard as well. I want some kills.
Me, IRL.
Me in general, and just any
Yeah.
playing Siege. Also, a quick announcement just came out on Rainbow Six Twitter that starting on March 20th. On PC and PS4, there will be a 50% renown bonus event for 3 days within Rainbow Six Siege, following the degradation of the servers on PC and PS4 in the past weekend. So, thank you, Ubisoft. And make sure to get on the grind, gamers, for some of that extra cheeky renown.
Nice. Now get off Twitter, we got a job to do.
Hey, there's the notification that popped up on my screen.
Alright.
Spread the information for all the fellow gamers.
Yeah. Look, I'll let that one pass. Right, let me just write a tweet about how you're on Twitter while we're casting.
Oh,
I'm kidding. Alright, little hole opened up into break room so Kit can get in there and drone it out, hoping to avoid any mute jammers. I'm assuming at least. Look at this, lots of window fighting on this bomb site. That's why you bring the Blackbeard here, Cthulhu.
yeah, he's going to be extremely potent here, especially on that very peak through those balcony windows, as whoever's holding the meeting room is going to be having quite some trouble there, especially considering that Coley's now prone. But down with the jump out, I believe, ended up getting a trade, as that is the Zofia once again off board.
Yep. Told you he's gone down early in this one. There's discovered the position of the mute on the stairs.
We'll be losing the drone as well to that mute jammer, but so far it seems like a very confident take of the east side of the consulate, top floor. But Coley on the Visa stairs is going to be a massive thorn in the side of Script, and unless they're going to find him or try to hunt him down, it will be pretty much a complete shutdown. Unfortunate disconnect by Jimmy. Will be meaning a 3v4, but Coley taking so much damage to that firefight without returning any to Array.
Oh, and Horae's just looked away at the last moment as well. Oh, sorry, in fact, Coley's going to start backing off from that one. But he's going to move now. Oh, he sees him through the angle in the floor. Oh, if he still had his C4, I'm sure it'll be itching right now to get tossed on up, but he's just waiting for the perfect moment to hit.
Yeah, well, it is Edmund that will be trying to shine once again, but will be shut down after a bit of a mistimed smoke here, and yet another peek by Array. Now Coley, returning back from the bottom floor, will be trying to clutch this baby back up. 15 seconds left to go as the plant needs to start happening. Squirvo is the one that's going to be holding an angle. Won't be holding an angle whatsoever, as he will be going down. The plant will be quite successful potentially, but no, shotgun. Coley, once again, yet another clutch here coming out for 1-1-2-2, as they're back, baby, in a 3-2-2 scoreline.
Yeah, 1-on-3 clutch there by Coley. Wonderful work.
And a bit back onto Script, the fact that they didn't clear out fully, they didn't hunt down the mute player to the full extent. Unfortunately for them, meant that, well, he returned from quote-unquote dead from the grave and just fired back at them. So nicely done here by 1-1-2-2, but honestly, I wouldn't be fully relying on the fact that they would just be able to clutch it out on each and every round for 7 rounds, technically. Because so far, both of their wins came off an ace and a 1v3 clutch.
Yeah, and I suppose the ace was a post-plant ace as well, wasn't it? The plant went down, and then he got all 5 kills, and they got the defuse off. Like, it was pretty nuts, I must say.
Yeah, it was certainly quite exciting to actually witness.
Especially when you're on the defense, you do want to be putting up much stronger numbers. I think Script ending this in a 3-3 half when they're on the attack, they're going to be fine with.
Yeah, considering the fact that they are on offense here, 3-3 wouldn't be a bad scoreline at the end. But I reckon 4-2 on their offense would be probably the best case scenario here for them.
Yeah. Well, that is the best they can get, as there is only one more round in the half. Anything else that stood out to you, Cthulhu? I
mean, probably just the sheer fact that we saw so many of the trades to be coming out back and forth between Script and 1-1-2-2 on so many rounds. So the moment the push happens, one person goes down, instantly you see refrag. Instantly from that refrag, you see another refrag. And it's just continuous, that cycle of death until it's a 1v1 situation. Yeah,
it's been a very frag-heavy match, hasn't it? It's
been,
very focused on frags.
Honestly, I've been really enjoying that fact that it's been very frag heavy. You see some really good trades, some really good pushes from either of the teams, and once again, just to highlight, Edmund's ace was certainly a very, very good performance.
Yeah, it was very nice. I must say that. I agree with you for that one. I think we're going to be back soon.
I'm just checking on that delay. Yeah, so we have some technical issues at the moment, so ETA we might have maybe couple moments, but I believe the match is just about to get on its way, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go too far away. But for now, yeah, so one more round remaining on the first half. So we have so far console office defended well and successfully for 1122. We got Archives and Tellers defended well, so I'm guessing the next one will be an attempt at maybe Garage, considering that Lobby is probably going to be the least preferred here side for 1122 to defend.
Yeah, I was going to say, based off what they've done so far, I'd be surprised if they did change it up and go for Garage. Sorry, for Lobby. They could do it as a bit of a curveball for the final round.
Yeah, maybe. But considering the way how 1122 really defended, I don't think the Lobby will be a good idea, considering that, well, the roam, yes, if it's been pretty well, but the way how they've roamed, they initially gave away the foothold onto, say, the top floor, and the giving away foothold on the top floor to attackers whilst defending the Lobby is quite a dangerous thing to do, really, because you're essentially toying with fire.
Yeah, indeed. Why don't we just visit how, as we said, the Script were very rarely changing up their operator lineup. Do you reckon that's more of because their strats aren't very diverse, or is that an intentional decision on their part?
Honestly, I think this might be their intentional decision, and almost to the point where it could be just the sheer fact that if it's working, why change it, really? And it seemed to have worked fairly well for the first 3 rounds, where they were able to get pretty stable set of frags and just keep on having some really good aggression at the very beginning of the round. But honestly, I mean, maybe change one of the operators, or maybe just change the way how they play, rather, because overall, I mean, their lineup was looking pretty well balanced. You have one hard breach, you have one of the utility disables, and then you have plenty of soft breach, which, I mean, to me sounds all pretty well, albeit that the moment your hard breach is gone, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, as for 1122, their operator picks, they're taking a lot of ACOG operators. Like, we're seeing a lot of Rook and Doc played, aren't we? Why do you think that is?
That is honestly just probably for the sheer fact that they just want to have just about the same advantage as the attackers for some of the long range engagements, really. Or it's either that, or maybe just they want some extra protection for some aggression, maybe. That's my only 2 thoughts here, really, about the choice of ACOGs.
I think it's also when they've got someone playing that Rook or whatever, they're playing at a very long angle just to take those long firefights, and they haven't really been going for many peaks outside, I suppose, either.
Yeah, I mean, for the CEO and meeting, having at least one of the ACOGs is one of the preferable ways to hold from the bathroom onto the meeting hall.
Yeah.
Considering that you have that big open rotation hole into the meeting from the reception desk, and from there on you can essentially help whoever's holding the meeting room to protect them from the visa stairs entrance. So there are a few ways, that you can utilize those ACOGs, but yeah, like you said, they have been utilizing them in a much more passive way, really, which is not a bad thing.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing at all. Well, any more updates on this one, Cthulhu?
I believe no, not yet. But I'm assuming that it's just once again the unfortunate set of technical issues within either the game or maybe even ESL Wire striking us. But
I think I might send us to a break while we wait for it, because we are quickly running out of things to talk about. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back as soon as we can, don't you worry.
told. Stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return. Something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so.
Alright guys, I've just got word that we'll be back any moment now. So we are back now. If you missed the first part of that match, it is 3-2 currently to Script. They are on attack, so they'll be defending after this next round.
Yeah, and it's so far been very much, well, initially it started off very much favorably for Script as they had some really good execution, but later on, after two clutches in a row, actually, we saw 1-1-2-2 just pull up and grab the 2 rounds away very nicely.
Yeah, 1-1-2-2 definitely been coming back into this one.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Yeah. And yeah, so like we talked about before, we also will be seeing Garage instead of the lobby for the final defense of 1-1-2-2.
bomb located by
So
attackers.
we saw them, I believe, defend only once for the Garage, and it wasn't really very successful, at least from my memory.
No, it wasn't. It was the one where it was a 3v1 for the smoke in the end. The plant was going down and wasn't able to deny it. So, yeah, it wasn't successful in the end. Can they do it again this time like they've done on the other 2 bomb sites, 1-1-2-2?
I mean, like I mentioned before, relying on the clutches is not particularly a good idea, but hey, if it works, it works. But you definitely do need to have your big clutch masters of the players. And well, in the first round when they won, it was Edmund who got the ace. Previously on the final round, it was, I believe, Coley. So let's see who's going to be this time, the next Power Ranger.
The next Power Ranger. Nice. Well, attacking downstairs, they do have to clear out the top, and it looks like we've got Edmund and Coley up there. Cuervo on his drone, trying to find exactly where they are.
Yeah, as well as that, Array, I believe, is holding an angle right in through the window in case they will need to go for an instant frag, but at least I believe they are somewhat knowledgeable that there might be some roam happening up above, and yeah, Nicole just confirms that very thing, but they are not aware about the castle's position, I believe, so right now their only main objective here is to try to get rid of the roam up above, as Kick will actually be able to get rid of Dab, and right now Cole is in a bit of a sticky situation.
Yeah, Kick took a lot of damage for his troubles, however. He's going to try and get below Coley, I reckon, and send a Ash charge up potentially.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Edmund trying to get on out of there. Going to be hiding in towards Printer for now. Yeah, Coley's still allowed to be here. Oh, Wallbang's coming on out.
Interestingly enough, look at the sheer amount of drones lost already. Only 1, 2, Yeah, 3 drones actually remaining for script here. So the drone economy is pretty much fully drained here. Oh my, there's all the pre-fires coming out. Finally, Cody will be taken down here for script. And well, that's the control of the top floor, I believe.
Yeah, Edmund's gotten his way out of admin and has ended up in the bathroom. I wonder if they're aware. Cuervo is not, and Edmund's going to win that fight, dropping the diffuser there, but he's going to be traded back by Kicked through the wall. 4v2 now. This is looking great for Script as they're getting ready to perform their execute.
Yeah, with a 4v2 situation, things are definitely looking all quite well for script, but we said it in the previous 2 rounds, and well, that really didn't go that way. So for now, with 20 seconds left to go, at least there's the advantage in time, but Kick is having none of that, as now it's all up to Jimmy Z to win this out, but even then, the Ash player just doesn't care.
Yeah, 4K for Kicked in that round. Beautiful stuff.
Would have been an ace if he would have landed all the shots on the Mozzie, but that got pretty much yoinked away from him.
Yeah, if,
yeah. Well, either way, a good beginning for Team Script as they on offense took 4 rounds in the first half. So this is going to be putting them at a quite an advantageous position against Team 1122.
Yeah, now on the defensive side of map, of course. Well,
interestingly enough, 1122 actually brought in a much more I wouldn't call it conventional, but much more safe lineup to have a breach. Yeah, much more conservative. Yeah, lineup to go just ensure that the breaches like 100% will be opened up.
Yeah, going for the thermal. Interesting that they've only got the 1 hard breacher. Normally, I'd expect to see. I don't know, I suppose it's kind of one of those ones where you only need a hard breacher on this bomb site in terms of like need.
Yeah, because if you look at it from this way, you have IQ and Thatcher already stacked up to deny any kind of way to prevent the breach, and then on top of that you also have the Zofia and Buck to open up the floor from above in Piano. So if 1122 will successfully take Piano and keep holding it really well, then I don't think Script will be seeing a whole lot of success denying the plant, unless Told will just absolutely go nuts and, well, will be pretty much able to shut down 1122.
Well, looks like they're going to be clearing from admin office as Edmund and CT are going to be going up there first. Looks like Jimmy's is going to go to the balcony as well.
Yeah, now with Toji being fully aware that the push is happening, we just, I believe, just defaulting back to the side. Yeah, he did fall off from the Visa stairs, so that's the full top control now in favor of 1122. But Toji is not fully down yet. He's hiding in the Visa office, and this could be a very powerful position he could play off.
Yeah, I wonder how aware they're going to be of him, if they can find him, as he is the slippery fish of Vigil. A Ray to find the first one, that's Edmund to go down.
And that is the Thatcher out of all the players, and another firefight to be ensuing, but will be downed and finished off here by Jimmy. But Ray once again strikes back. Get another set of trades.
Cuervo as well, and he's still got that Legion Mine in his foot. Told you to find CT. This has been just a very frag-heavy round. That's one of the things we were seeing from these teams earlier, and it's a 3-on-2. Dab and Jimmy to try and come back into this one. There's Dab to find a Ray, so they've evened up the man count to a 2-on-2.
And so far, I believe Toji has already managed to fall back. No, he actually went even further to regress. He's actually up above, and right now it is actually a firefight between Jimmy and Riggs.
Wait, what are they both doing over here?
I'm not too sure, but
do they have the diffuser?
No. Diffuser, well, used to be. Well, doesn't matter anymore, as Toji is the one that will be finishing things off. That is it's a very unconventional round ending, I gotta say. Especially from a semi-roaming Maestro.
Yeah, that's the only reason I think why they'd have their Maestro up there, because they have the diffuser dropped in Visa. Either way, Script.
I think I saw, like,
yeah, just put another one up on the board for themselves.
So now with 5-2 on the board, this is looking really well for Script. All things considered, the map that they haven't played at all throughout the season seems to be pretty much working as intended, really. The strat has been hidden successfully through the first half.
Yeah, well, they are going to have to bring it out now if they want to place anywhere high on the leaderboards. Console office meeting room for this attempt.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
Yeah,
bombs
I mean,
as they can.
I'm curious to see how will this play out, but so far it certainly looks like they will be just going for a pretty much just about the same way to defend. Have some presence in the meeting room, open up the left side of the wall on the meeting room, have Array watch the long angle, and then probably have either Kicked or Array maybe on a roam. Actually, no, make it Told You on the roam.
10 seconds to insertion.
Well,
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers objective is to
Quavo just
locate a
prepping
bomb.
those windows for a little jump out. If they're going to jump out or not remains to be seen. All 5 players spawning over in the southeast corner, the parking.
Well, it's certainly allowing them for some quick access to the admin, and certainly this was the cue for Kick to bail out from there, but I think his general presence would still be there to kind of showcase that, hey, there's still danger in there, so you might want to be careful about that. And all the jiggle picks are coming out. My god. Imagine if Kick will actually hit that one tap somewhere. That would be nutty.
Oh, he hears the rappel in, tries to go for the wall bang. You know, I feel like that was kind of close.
It was pretty close. Look how aggressive Kick is playing. And actually, I believe there's one more person that is coming down on the Visa stairs, so maybe some play from below. Maybe on Cuervo will be coming out, but instead it will be Edmund. They will be closing things out onto Kick.
Yeah, that was a bit of a clapping right there.
The cheeks have been successfully clapped.
Oh, but there's Cuervo from below. Gonna run out and find Dab. It's the Habana off the board, the only hard breach as well. And oh, he's gonna get one more on the flank. Almost misses it, and they're still convinced there might be someone down there. Cuervo with the super shorty.
He's just being a mad lad now, and CT finally does manage to shut him down, but at what cost of losing 3 players? And that is another peak by Told You. He just full on white swings right onto Coley, and well, now it's all up to IQ with minute and 13 seconds left to go, which could be potentially utilized for that quote-unquote technical timeout, but other than that, I don't really see a whole lot of success, considering that Script so far has been able to close this out really well.
Oh, Doc's gonna be
All right.
down. You're gonna see another one, but oh, can't ADS in time, especially with that gun. Team Script go to match point. Secure the draw at least. Can they secure their win? I think yes, they've been dominant so far, haven't they?
It's been a very dominant game from Script, honestly, because the only 2 rounds that we did see was from a very wild card play and from just the 2 clutches, really. So I'm not too hopeful for 1122 to find any more closure, but at the same time, I don't think that Script should be going full aggression on them, considering that 1122 are still a very formidable team to play against, and they still can trade back really quickly on you.
Of course, so lobby press room. This is the first time we're going to see this bomb site tonight, as 1122 avoided it like the plague.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
Yeah,
by
1122, they really didn't see, didn't really want
attackers.
to
Located by attackers.
defend that side, considering that their general playstyle was not really allowing them to have a successful, wouldn't allow them to have a successful lobby defense, whereas for Script, they have been pretty well organized in their pushes, adding some extra spice here and there. And look at this, after a few rounds after our rehost, we're just seeing a very stable set of kills across all of the script players.
5 seconds remaining.
Same can be said for 1122 as well. Whoops.
Use a bomb.
Yeah, yeah,
12202. All very close together.
yeah, fairly close, yeah.
Defender is
I actually
approaching
missed out on that, but well, Cuervo trying to go in for the spawn peak, but I don't think anyone's spawned their mate, so we'll be falling back from that position. Well, so far Script having a two-man, oh boy, two-man roam up above. We'll be seeing Kicked actually hold a few angles, as well as I believe that is Array, who was on the top floor, but Cuervo is actually at the bottom floor, so only two people that are actually on site that could potentially defend from the general onslaught of the attackers.
Oh, but he's kicked in behind. He found one before Jimmy's traded him back. There's another one up here as well. Looks like CT's been downed out the front, but Dab's going to find Cuervo before Array's going to trade back CT.
With all the trades, it's now back again to a 3v3, but with half a round still to go. Ooh, Coley. Nasty shot there onto Array will be ensuring that the man count now will be staying in favor of the attack for now.
Now at least, but they need to go get that diffuser and try and plant still. That looks like that's going to be Dab's plan. He's going to be joined by Jimmy, Polgy and Rix to try and deny the plant. There is a C4. Oh, and that's huge. Dab's going to be dropped, but are they going to be able to get outside past the player watching above to deny this plant? I don't think so. Oh, they are, and that's quick from Rix, and he finds them both, lines them up, and Script have won the game. Wow, that came out of nowhere.
That is such a way to flex on the opposing team as well. My god, that 180 by Rix. Holy.
Yeah, incredibly impressive there, Cthulhu. Kicked with that nice little skin, of course.
I'm sorry, I'm shocked by that. Just because that was really cleanly executed. The moment that Buck was distracted by the initial firefight from above, it's just easy peek.
Yeah, I am surprised that it was a 7-2 scoreline. I kind of expected something a lot closer between these two teams.
Yeah, that's actually a similar case for me. I was honestly expecting a much closer matchup, but Script just came swinging, really.
Yeah, definitely come swinging out the gates, didn't they?
Yeah.
Overall, though, I don't know. The two rounds that 1-1-2-2 won, they were the ace and the clutch. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Script were just dominant throughout the whole thing. Although you kind of have to say that last round was technically a clutch almost, wasn't it? It was a 1v2.
Yeah, it was a clutch for that matter, yeah, because, well, the person who was pushing, I believe that was Array, who was the second person that was alive, he was playing on the exit stairs, and really, his only firefight that he could have at that point taken was really against Buck, and Buck had some pretty strong position there with some really nice sight lines as well onto the exit stairs. So, technically, yeah, it's a good... it was a good clutch there by Rix, but just, yeah, overall, the overall pace was definitely in favor of Script.
Yes, indeed. We are heading to a break, guys, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back for the final map after this.
Take a dive before you dry off. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Free all stars. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars in the
sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
Pick a panel to be right on. Yeah. 'Cause no one really gives. Don't look back, I'll keep your eyes on. Long ago, long ago.
Doesn't matter what it gon' cost. Never gave a shit. Shit. Real soul. Love to take a hit. Hey.
Who's getting high on emotion? Look around, look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah. Look around, look around.
Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Rush. Take off, take off. Rush at the rush. Take off, take off. Rush at the rush. Ha. Rush. Take off, take off. Rush at the rush. Ha.
I was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return. Something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge. Ain't come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place. Ain't come alive.
Come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge. Ain't come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place. Ain't come alive.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back for the final map tonight of the Rainbow Six Pro League Southeast Asia region. Monkey Fist, Cthulhu. You know, I was pointing the wrong way. You know the deal, Cthulhu. So yeah, we've seen a few good matches tonight. That last one was a bit of a slow burn rather than a barn burner.
Yeah, it was. It definitely started off quite interesting for both of the teams, really. We saw the first half nearly being closed out in a 3-3 fashion, but after the two clutches that 1-1-2-2 did end up pulling out, it seems that Script were really in the driving seat pretty much for the whole time.
So let's take a look where we're going to be playing tonight. You mentioned this before when we were talking about the earlier map bans, Cthulhu. You said Clubhouse was a map that 1-1-2-2 quite liked.
Yeah, so 1-1-2-2 played Clubhouse total of 3 times so far, and only one out of those three, were successful. Which was against 200 Degrees, which is currently the lowest seed, and that was a 7-2. And then they played 2 times against Giants, which was 7-5 and 7-3, so somewhat close, but couldn't really close it out. Whereas for Script, it's a similar case as Consulate. They have never played it so far.
Ah, interesting. And they smashed it on Consulate, didn't they?
Yeah, they absolutely smashed it on Consulate because it was that much of a dark horse for 1-1-2-2. They couldn't really study it, or just really had to go off a educated guess at that point. So if 1-1-2-2 would have ended up taking something like Bank against Script, then they would have seen a much better showcase for them, because there is plentiful amount of Bank VODs against Script. So unfortunate their choice for 1-1-2-2, or maybe fortunate, maybe they were prepped themselves, but we'll see how things will go there on the Clubhouse, honestly. Because what the main thing that so far has taught me is that after a long break, do not expect the stats to be 100% true.
Yes, especially after a long break, when you've got that time where you can sit down with your team and try stuff, and maybe also when you're in Script's position where the chances of making your way all the way up the table aren't as high, you can start trying out different things in a very competitive environment. So potentially that's why they're bringing out these maps. So I think it's something we're definitely going to have to save and ask for the interview. Although maybe Cthulhu, maybe it's just they've never had a chance to play these maps.
That could be also the case, yeah. They just maybe it was the other teams that banned out those maps, and just at the end of the day, we did see just maybe that just a lucky moment. Well, lucky moment for some teams, unlucky moment for the others. So it could be a double-edged sword. You are right here, Monkey.
Well, that's enough speculation. We've got a game to get to. 1-1-2-2 versus Script on Clubhouse right here, right now. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. Script actually will be once again kicking things off on the offense here, with 1-1-2-2 starting on defense. And for 1-1-2-2's sake, one would really hope for it to be a much more successful first half comparative to what we saw on Consulate.
Yes, indeed. Coley's dropped.
It's not a good sign.
Unlucky. Alright, I'm assuming they'll do the ban phase and then potentially go for a rehost again. But Maverick first up, no surprise in terms of Clubhouse, is it, Cthulhu? It's something that we see come out quite often here.
Yeah, with Maverick, it's certainly quite a reoccurring position with him being banned out, considering that for this very map, he's extremely powerful. One time to be banned out, well, within Southeast Asia, I shouldn't really be surprised, considering that we saw already on the previous matchup between the Polar Race and 200 Degrees, we did see quite a fair use of the French operator.
Now, I'm unsure of the exact rules, but I believe that they can't do another rehost because they've already done one. So you might have to sit tight for a sec. Per map? Alright, well, we'll wait for the final word on that one, of course. Like, that's not our domain to make these decisions. Yeah. Echo Mirror, the defensive bans, any big surprise there, Cthulhu? Well, he's back anyway.
Yeah. Not really. Echo is extremely powerful on a fair few sites, including the Church and Arsenal, as well as CCTV and Cache. And well, Mira Bandar, well, I think at this point it's just one of those kind of the usuals. Like, no teams really want to deal with, say, a mirror window on overlooking into CCTV from Cache, or for that matter, just overlooking anywhere with a reinforced wall, as it makes it just 10 times harder to really breach. So, yeah, to be honest, I don't think we will be seeing any change in trend for that, at least in the foreseeable future, unless we will be seeing some drastic changes around her utility to the point where she will be.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Well, there wouldn't be really a whole lot of need to really ban her.
Well, basement defense first for 1122.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a look at these lineups. Anything stand out to you, Cthulhu?
Not particularly. Probably the main thing on the defense, at the very least, is the fact that we do see a Kayed and a Bandit, and on the side of the attack, well, probably the main deviation from the usual lineup is the Jackal.
Yeah, a bit surprising to see Jackal here. Of course, he can function as Buck with his pocket shotgun, just not as effective, and then he can also track roamers, but the lineup we're seeing here from 1122 looks pretty anchor heavy. Maybe they'll have the Jaeger and Bandit going for a bit of a stroll. I know Edmund is, but he's in a quick retreat position, isn't he?
Yeah, well, the thing is, though, if you remember correctly, on the second round where 1122 did manage to clutch, it was off the fact that Coley was never properly hunted down. So maybe it's script's kind of way to respond to that, saying, well, if we are going to get into that firefight and if we are going to start hunting, we're going to like dedicate fully to it. But as I say that, Dab will actually be able to take out Kicked out of all the operators.
Blue tunnel already?
Yeah, he was already rushing up.
Okay.
Which is, again, first round momentum is where you pretty much try to set the whole pace, and well, that is not certainly starting to look well.
I suppose another thing in terms of operators we can look to is the fact that there's only the Habana for hard breach, no thermite. We normally see double hard breach on Clubhouse, don't we?
Yeah, that's a good guy. Thankfully for Hibana, the breach will be successful thanks to the 2 used up EMP grenades, as Coley was actually attempting to do the Kayed trick.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
but now...
Oh.
Oh man, if that would have connected, that would have been absolutely nasty.
It would have been hilarious. That was what it would have been.
That as well, yeah, that is a good point as well.
But here's another Buck substitute, of course, the Sledge. Gonna have Cuervo opening up this floor with that hammer.
I'm so waiting for a C4 to come out.
Common nade angle to try and throw down.
But that...
I think some of the shrapnel might have got him, yeah.
Actually, that is also noteworthy to mention about the change of the explosives, ladies and gentlemen, because that now makes even the fuse hockey pucks extremely deadly, even for his own teammates.
Even for him.
Yeah, even for him as well. Because Rogue9 did a pretty extensive video on that, and I was full on fascinated with just how much damage you can cause. I think that's gonna tag the Hamana. Nope, never mind.
Ooh, but Dab's gonna tag out Array, completely finishing him off. Somehow managed to get up behind probably the blue stairs, and now he's a menace in their side. So, ooh, there's another for Dab. As it's now a 2-on-5 Cthulhu. 1122 holding strong, and Dab is going absolutely crazy. He's on for the ace right now here. All he has to do is find Tolji, but oh, Tolji. It's going to send him a rejection letter in the form of lead. And there's another one for Tolji. Can he find the third? No, he cannot. 1122. Finally picked that round up.
This was definitely a much more confident performance here from 1122 comparative to literally the whole of Clubhouse, really. Well, no, not Clubhouse. Consulate.
Yeah, they won around convincingly. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, it was definitely a very convincing round. Albeit that, well, it was based off of the fact that Dab pretty much got a quad kill there. Well, that and maybe and the fact that Zafia kind of did a bit of a
silly.
misplay there, trying to did a silly trying to rush solo through the blue tunnel.
I suppose that's another round we see that Team 1122 win off the back of someone going absolutely nuts.
Also, a good point. Yeah, and
Attackers need to locate
we haven't seen really a whole lot of success from 1122 where it was just all across the board, just good setups, and it's just luring essentially any strat heavy rounds were not present there from 1122. Rather, it was very much frag heavy. But that's pretty much been the way how literally the whole matchup between those two teams really went, because even Consular was extremely frag heavy.
Well, Team 1122 have decided to go for the bedroom gym bomb site this time, Cthulhu. Interesting that they haven't gone for CCTV cache.
5 seconds.
Yeah, that is definitely quite an oddity, considering that CCTV and cache is much more comfortable pick for a fair few teams. But hey, maybe they're trying to throw Script off yet another time. Maybe. But apart from that, really, well, I mean, if the bandit trick will be successful and the breach will be prevented, the only way for Script to really take control is take control of the main stairs and then go in for the construction site push.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Very quickly putting down another bandit battery. Might do the same for the next two there. So he's only got one in his pocket now. And he's going to get that first thermite charge. Nicely done there by Jimmy. Looks like they don't want to use their second one immediately, however. Oh, they're just going to rotate off.
I mean, it's a fairly good idea not to try to waste both of the charges, as I believe actually Edmund used up both of his thermite charges are actually gone. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong place. I'm looking at Edmund's castle barricades. Now Riggs does put down his thermite charge, but I'm not too sure where is the breach being done.
Yeah, well, that's been kicked going down as the first player once again, Cthulhu.
Yeah, not a good beginning here for the Script player, as losing out Zofia without her utilizing a whole lot of her utilities is certainly not the best case scenario here, as Cuervo will try to potentially apply some pressure from below, maybe with a frag grenade.
Bomb located by attackers.
Nope, he won't really be able to, as there's no more frag grenades in his disposable in his dispose. There we go.
Yeah, they're really having a lot of trouble forcing Coley out of this position behind the Goyo shield. Of course, it is very powerful. He's going to stand on up, jumps on top of the table. Is this an advised move to make? C4's going to come on out, but can't land it. Dab simultaneously has found a ray, however. 5 on 3, 3 on 4 as Cuervo's going to step on up, but Rix goes down to CT elsewhere. Coley's having a lot of trouble with this fight, and Tolji's going to win on out. Cuervo and Tolji are a force to be reckoned with right now.
Seconds remaining.
Yeah, so far Cuervo does manage to find the kill onto Dab, but with time being extremely low right now, all the shots need to come out. There's another peek, but Bandit does manage to push it. But Team Script do manage to clutch this out off the back of Cuervo. My God.
That was a big play, man.
Oh.
Very well done by Cuervo and Tolji. Just holding down the fort.
Oh man, that was nutty by Script, and that is actually this could be a very good beginning here for Script to break that unpredictable pace that 1122 were setting up, because first round went, all things considered, really well for them, and second round was just about to go pretty well if they were able to just not aggress and just wait for Script to really fall into their crossfires.
Here's something surprising, though, is that 1122 changed their bomb site every single round on their defense last map. whereas they're going to reattempt gym and bedroom. Do you reckon that's just because they were so close in it?
It could be. It could be, yeah, because we do see a fair few teams actually go for that type of play. Just whenever they are extremely close, they just decide, hey, well, it went like that because of like just a few of our mistakes. Why not we retry this out? And I mean, for all intents and purposes, they had a really good setup overall, and this time, way more people actually managed to dedicate to the potential success.
10 seconds to go.
Alright, scrolling over these operator lineups. Still only the one hard breach in Thermite. Bringing the castle, of course. Make sure you can get that castle barricade deep in the gym.
For all hopes, well, for Kicked, really, I really hope for him that he will be protected as much as possible there by his teammates, because so far, without Zofia, it's been quite a tough run for Script with the soft breach, with remote soft breach.
Well, Rick's just holding down this angle. I think he's aware that someone's just sitting in that corner there, especially now that they've shot a shot. It's be interesting to have the Thermite the one holding an angle though. If he gets peeked and clapped, you're in a lot of trouble. Oh, to the left a tiny bit.
To the left, to the left. Interestingly enough, Cuervo was actually going to try to contest that Goyo shield once again, but this time he will have Tolji to play with him on the spot. And well, Kohli's position is it's quite powerful. Not gonna lie. Well, there it is. There's the Claymore kill, and Dav this time won't be seeing any success.
First Goyo shield taken on out by the Ash charge. I'm thinking about trying to throw another grenade over. I'd assume there's going to be an ADS there.
Well, they've checked out the ADS there, really, with the fact that they had the flashbang go off there. But apart from that, really, nice denial of the Panda trick. It's a really nice angle set up. So that is a much better performed round here by Script so far already.
Yeah, gathering all this info. The players on 1122 are going to have to feel like they have to make a play, and there's the first one. Cuervo goes down. Can he get the follow-up here, Kohli? But no. He goes for the kill confirm, and just as Tolji peaks, unfortunately, Edmund and CT in a bit of a sticky place right now.
Yeah, but there's also the fact that there's still gas grenades remaining, so he can still drain some time there. And good diversion will be there. And fantastic shot by Edmund will be ensuring that the man count won't be still staying in there full on, as yet another kill by CT's gas grenade will be ensuring that the man count is now going to be very equal. And fantastic peek again, Edmund doing some great work there.
Wow.
And a fantastic, I believe, was it quad kill?
Yeah, a 4v2 turned into a 2v0, yeah. Absolutely, 1122 doing what Team Script just did to them on the exact same bomb site.
That was some fantastic shots that the castle did. And distracting that Zofia to force herself to fall back onto the staircase was just really nicely executed. I don't know why, but it's just the way how he played this out. I liked it.
Yeah, well, 1122 going to go back to the Church Arsenal room. They did win it in the first round. Are they going to be able to replicate their form? They are looking a lot better here than what they did on console. That's for sure.
Yeah, they're definitely looking very confident in their approaches here. Considering that, well, the console was certainly not looking like the map that they were really prepared to play off.
Kicked, definitely struggling in this one, isn't he, Cthulhu?
Yeah, Geek is definitely not having a fun time with already 3 rounds passed. Not a single frag for the poor man. Albeit his team has been pulling up quite some good pushes here. Tolji and Cuervo being the main two heroes here for Team Script.
Must locate and defuse
Fortunately, weren't able to clutch this out for the round number 3. So for now, this is the setup that so far Team Script are faced with 1-2 scoreline.
1-1-2-2 scoreline.
Yes. Wow. Okay. Sorry, it just hit me as well. Nice. Well played.
Well, it was more of me trying to fit it in there because it should be team 1-2-2 scoreline rather than 1-1-2-2. Well, anyway. Jeez, it's getting late, isn't it?
Yeah, for us at the ANZ sub-region, this is definitely getting quite late, but the hype for the Pro League is stronger here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, so much breaches coming out from Cuervo. I'm still expecting him to catch the C4 to the face, but for now it certainly looks like this is quite the opposite. The man holding quite some nice tight angles from above.
Oh, there we go. Kicked. Finally going to get back into this one, but Dab's going to trade him straight back and C4 onto the Capitao of Tolji. Is going to shut him down after he sends out one Capitao bolt.
Not a good beginning at all as well. Array this time will be unable to actually prevent the X-Kairos to be planted down, as I believe, yeah, that is all of his EMPs already gone as well. So the
Poorly
minute
timed.
14.
Well, I don't think
Yeah.
you can time it so that you can get the bandit charge before they get the X-Kairoses like that. You're hoping
No,
that they've
not
got a
at all.
Kaida thing in their back pocket.
Array taking so much damage but unable to dish out any back. As right now all the chances of getting any closure here on this round are dwindling by every second.
Especially with Cuervo going down there. All up to Rick Santolgi. Oh, sorry, Array. I can't read.
located.
Oh, that was close, actually.
That did take up, I believe, whoever was playing by the lockers. And oh, fantastic shot though from Rix. The man so far did showcase us some really nice gameplay from before, and yet another peak. Oh, just cannot connect. We'll be running out of the ammo on the mag, but yet another peak will be initially coming out. Does see Rix, but Rix is better there. Rix is the gamer, but will be shut down. 15 seconds left to go, all up to Array, but will catch the bean, and the 1-1-2-2 proceed their domination on Clubhouse.
Yeah, so I don't know. I was like, oh, we're gonna see another 2v4 clutch coming out. I was kind of expecting, but 1-1-2-2 managed to hold it together in the end there.
Yeah, they held it really well. They paced it down as well extremely well, and that C4 onto Capitao did a really nice job, because that pretty much solidified that Script will be continuously questioning which way do they want to go, and even with heaps of time, really, they weren't able to really open up anywhere. They weren't able to rotate, they weren't able to find another opening kind of frag to open up onto this side, and well, from there it's just kind of flopped. Oops, bit of a gong.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
Alright.
as they can.
Back to CCTV. No, they haven't gone to CCTV yet, have they?
No, so this is going to be the first time of CCTV for 1-1-2-2 after so far 4 rounds, which is quite unusual, to say at the very least. But nonetheless, this means that they might be finishing off the last 2 rounds in their comfort zone rather than being in an uncomfortable zone. And look at this, Dab, once again, Dab and Edmund for that matter, actually, the 2 MVPs so far of this map.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, they've definitely been playing well. Script struggling. You said they haven't played it yet, and it's kind of showing, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a quite differing performance comparative to what we saw on Consulate, and the fact that 1122 played plentiful of this map on during the first half of the season certainly does show, as well as they had plentiful amount of vaults to go over to kind of analyze their approach and just perfect their craft, really.
Well, let's take a look at these lineups once again. Cthulhu, we've got the Doc, so obviously we're expecting him to be playing Rafters, perhaps. Tolji on the Jackal once again. Kicked to kick things off.
Good one. That is a good frag as well onto Coley, as Goyo won't be seeing any performance whatsoever. The main two people that they need to eliminate is Edmund and Dab. The duo of the German operators needs to be shut down if Script wants to see some more progress in their points here.
Oh, the timing just for Edmund. He gets the bandit trick off, and Array's gonna go down as well. Dab to find another one and kicked, and they're not gonna be able to deny that bandit trick anymore. Tolji's gonna find two of his own, however, and they're on the bomb site right now here, Cthulhu. Oh, the Doc from Garage is gonna get shut down, leaving it all up to Dab, top of her cache stairs, and that is a shot from Tolji. Shot and a half,
What a
really.
shot. Yeah, that is a flick. Holy, oh, that is yummy. That is yummy from Tolji. Nicely done by his team Script, as now it is a 2-3 scoreline, albeit that with 1122 still leading the charge here. But with the final round of the first half of Clubhouse, this will be the decider whether Team 1122 will be going in with an advantage into the second half, into their attack, or rather we'll be seeing a draw at the end of the first half.
Yeah, potentially. And I think 1122 definitely want to walk away with the 4-2 half, especially seeing as they are on the defense on Clubhouse here.
It would be much more preferable, yeah, to just have as many points as possible first off for that advantage. So in case some things go south, you will just bring it back. But instead of bringing Church, well, actually no, they can't bring Church, never mind. Yeah, Jim and Bedroom will be their choice, as they were actually able to defend it pretty well after the second attempt.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's where they're gonna... well, that's where they are in this round.
Yeah.
I got confused for a second there. My bad. Oh, gee, I'm starting to feel the midnight oil.
The midnight vibes. Well, maybe this could be this similar thing coming up closely to both of these teams as well, as I believe it is getting fairly close to being late in Singapore as well for some of these players.
Well, pressure into Garage is going to cause Coley to fall back. He's been holding this position. It's just... He hasn't been super successful here, has he? It's been a bit of a struggle to hold down in Cash Room.
Yeah, both for him and Jimmy as well have been lacking on the fragging power as well, unfortunately for both of them. Yeah, but overall, I mean, Coley's utility should allow him to, at the very least, deny some time here.
I'm interested about that Goyo shield they keep putting in the middle of CCTV. I'm not exactly sure what it's for.
Maybe the initial intent, at least on the strat book, was that there's going to be a two-man hold, and then so the first avenue of them to utilize will be to play off that first Goyo shield and then fall back to the cache. But
that's not a bad idea.
yeah, instead they just use it like nonetheless, is like just use up some of the utility if Script will be just silly about it.
There we go. Jacuzzi wall going to be opened up easy as you like. Not going to hide in the corner anytime. This time, says Jimmy, as he saw what happened last time.
Yeah, Jimmy got pretty much bulldozed on the previous attempt at the breach. So this time, yet another entry point will be opened up. And now the main objective here for Script is to take control of the cash room here with Coley holding an angle.
Whoa, what a peek.
Oh, wow.
Cuervo
Okay,
completely
Cuervo.
shuts down Coley, but Dab is right there to trade him on back. Still large and in charge here in cash room, and can he find the angle? He's gone for the reload, and that's when he gets getting pushed. Told you to shut him down. Array, he's fallen on the other side of the map to Jimmy's. 3v3 though. Script need to get on in there. The player on the ground with the
hello?
shotgun, but Jimmy's wins that. Kicked finds CT at the same time though, and they are constantly trading back and forth between these players.
Yeah, we are back to the trade game in between those two teams, and with 23 seconds left to go, well, really, Edmund is back at it again with them frags, as, well, the UMP will be blasting things off. He's currently has his back turned around, so should be an easy kill here for Rix, but does spot him. There it is, 1v1 situation. There's another peek, and Rix, he wins these.
3-3 scoreline at the half. Rix nice and calmly played. They almost line up for him practically. He hardly had to move his mouse. Was able to spray them both on down.
Gotta say, throughout this whole matchup, I'm kind of flipping a coin in between either having Rix or Dab as the MVPs, really, because Rix, yes, he didn't really see a whole lot of big, say, quad kills or aces. He was the one that calmly and systematically will be going in for and approaching all these firefights and like having the big clutches. And even then, I believe it was Rix actually on at the end of the consulate. Was it him who did the double kill of the final round, right?
Yes, it was. It was
Yeah.
the 180.
So-
yeah.
Even there, like the sheer trigger discipline. The moment he killed one, he knew there was somebody, another instantly pre-aim, instantly go for that shot without even reloading or pacing himself down. So, props to him, but I'm curious now. So, with teams now swapping sides, Script are bringing a slight deviation to the overall formula, and that is called Wamai.
Yeah, so I wonder. I'm assuming that's to help with their like jacuzzi wall trick, right? They're gonna
Yeah.
put a Wamai device over there, and I think you can put them a bit further back than what you can in ADS, so it hopefully won't get done by the Thatcher grenade.
Yeah, one would hope, because the Wamai magnets are they have an extreme radius on them, so yeah, they can catch quite a fair few of the grenades with some distance here. So curious where those magnets will be actually positioned around here, but it seems that there's also going to be quite some heavy presence around the CCTV and cache. A little low kicked. Just at the final moment, actually reinforcing the wall before he will be residing to just covering himself. And right now, Jimmy nearly went for just the right timed peek and, well, could have taken the shot onto Riggs, but to no avail here.
Can't wait till the time someone cooks a grenade and ends up killing themselves with the magnet.
Yeah, that would be pretty exciting, but oh well, there's the shots coming out as Cuervo kicks things off. Nice shot onto Jimmy, as well as a double and another reinforced of the castle barricades. Oh, that is going to be a feels bad.
Yeah, he's taken out one of the hard breaches in Habana. I think she'd used most of all of her stuff anyway. Yeah, there's that magnet pulling a frag out of the way. Another one going to be thrown on out there by the Wamai player. And oh, told you. He's going to land that headshot. Can he line up the second? He's peeking. Make it maybe 3.
Ooh.
He's found Dab. All up to CT. He's made his way into Cash, but Kicked is there to close things on out. And Script take the lead, finally.
Yeah, finally kind of finding the recovery in themselves after a few really confident rounds by 1-1-2-2. Script are back in the lead with 4-3 scoreline. Now, going into the Church and Arsenal room, I will be expecting them to kind of continue having that more of an anchor-style gameplay, but having that little sprinkle of spice somewhere out there. So potentially we might be seeing maybe Array or Kicked to be on the roam game, or better yet, actually Cuervo, who's been doing quite some work for the team.
Indeed, Bandit going to be picked up by Kicked off the 6th pick off the Mozzie. Downstairs, of course. Both these teams favouring Jim
Attackers need to locate
and then
and defuse
downstairs. Actually, it was the
So
other way
it's-
around for Script, wasn't it?
No. I'm pretty sure that was the similar case for 1122 as well, as I believe they picked first the gym bedroom, I
Well-
think, and then we saw the church and arsenal. But nonetheless, it's a more or less similar trend. But looking at the overall lineup, anything that you reckon might be out of norm?
5 seconds.
No, it's all pretty stock standard, isn't it?
Yeah. So it looks about right,
Locate and defuse a bomb.
interestingly enough.
Maybe the
Yeah, well-
Valkyrie's not really necessary for when you're anchoring, like a Pulse might have been slightly better.
I mean, we saw a fair few times where it was either Pulse or Valkyrie, and they were both utilizing just about similar positioning as well. So maybe it's at this point rather more of a preference, and we're just not able to fully connect the shots. We'll be downing CT to 50 health before going down Cuervo.
It was a nice idea though, but just didn't come off in the end and was punished for it.
A good beginning as well for 1122 to bring this momentum back into their favor after losing out on what I believe, 2 rounds in a row? Actually, make it 3.
Yeah, they were 3-0 up and they managed to bring it back.
So yeah, so far, good beginning, but with already a minute down and only now making the entrance into the building, that might raise a few concerns as that C4 as well. Fantastic C4 from Array, as he just proves to both of us that, hey, that Valkyrie setup that you were talking about, how about that one?
Yeah, Valkyrie has proven her worth there, of course.
Yeah, only now CT will start utilizing potentially his hammer to try to get rid of some of the flooring to get some angles, but as it stands, the breaches need to start.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have recovered.
I'm not too sure. Is the kitchen hatch open? Oh, Valkyrie.
Oh,
Wow. Okay. Dab just is not it.
I can see the idea what Array was trying to do. He saw that the drone wasn't on, so he wanted to push aggressively and get them to think that it was clear, but looks like Dab was clued in to what was going on.
Definitely had the number of the enemy team. But just like that, it is a 3v4, but the positioning is there, favorable for the defenses. Right now, another peek. Oh, coming out. Oh, just does not connect for Rix, and well, that just means that Jimmy will be continuing his reign in the blue tunnel.
Yeah, all up to Kicked now as the other players are all down, and there we go. Jimmy's and Dab gonna be credited with those last kills.
So just so that we're back to a draw, ladies and gentlemen. 4 apiece here between the two teams, and well, for what it's worth, really, Team 1122 did manage to find that initial momentum, and it certainly seemed that finding that initial first frag certainly worked quite the wonders here.
Yeah, Script deciding to go to the CCTV room, cash room this time though, Cthulhu.
So possibly could be their comfort ground here after a loss at the Church and Arsenal. CCTV became one of the rather more adaptive sites rather than the bottom side. Considering that you got some areas for some good rotations and just vertical play, whereas Church and Arsenal, you don't particularly see a whole lot of roam to be done or some vertical play to be done by the defense. Instead, this mainly just resides to just either kite tricking or impact tricking. That's about all the vertical play that is coming out. Oh, well, sorry. Valkyrie C4 charges, or bolts for that matter.
Look at that, told you leading the way, 11 kills. Array's having a bit of trouble getting going.
Yeah, Ray being, I believe he's the IGL as well of the team, just having a bit of a struggle frags wise, but
5 seconds
there's
left.
also always Toji to back him up. Whereas on the side of 1122, it is Dabex so far just leading the charge with 13 kills and just been absolutely mad at some of his plays and some of his flanks.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Well, Cuervo gonna try and play around in blue storage. Looks like 1122 gonna think about opening up into garage first. That's where Tolji's playing. The thermite charge is gonna go on off, but oh, it's oh no, it's not denied. I thought it was denied, and Dabex is gonna pick that one up. Imagine top fragging when you're playing thermite. Oh, Edmund's well aware.
Yeah, Edmund's been having some good game as well, but this time won't be actually able to hit any shots and actually won't be able to dish out any damage for that matter as well. 1122 haven't cleared out as well the top floor, so they are at a risk of being flanked from above. I'm not too sure if they are going to be dedicating any manpower to that as well.
Yeah, look at them taking control of garage, and Jimmy's is gonna find kicked. Oh, but C4 from Array. Where was that from? Above, I believe.
Yeah. There's the angles as well, so finally they discover the position of the roam, and actually it's a... Well, not the roam, pardon.
Bunker, yeah.
Yeah. Nonetheless, that is a decent clapback, albeit that the attack is still in favor here, firepower-wise.
Oh, Rix, is he aware? Yes, he is. Beautiful shot. Coley's gonna find Cuervo, but Array quickly trades it on back. 2v2 Cthulhu. This one is balanced.
Yeah, it's a continuous game of just balancing out and seeing which side can get the most frags, as the gas grenade coming out, forcing Buck to actually go in for the push, and just a fantastic double play by Coley and Dab. Will be securing yet again this time the advantage for 1122.
Yeah, nice quick plays there from Coley. The shotguns open the wall, blasts them to the face. Gym bedroom going to be attempted from script once again. Oh, they're having a bit of trouble deciding exactly where they want to defend after 2 failed attempts. Surely they go back downstairs.
Well, it certainly seems that Gym bedroom will be the choice, as I do believe that was one of their more successful plans to actually defend, so it would make sense here to bring it back, but
Wait, did they
now
win it or
knowledgeable-
did they lose it?
pretty sure they won it.
Oh, so they lost
They lost the
basement.
church. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that just shows how tired I'm getting here. I'm sorry, folks at home. I'm struggling.
Your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Having
Gym
trouble
bedroom
sleeping
was-
lately, so.
Oh, no.
Sorry, focus. Let's focus.
We got it, Monkey. We're almost there. 4-5, round 10. Only 2 more rounds to figure out whether one team will be able to draw it out or another to take the lead here, really, and grab the 3 points for the map. So far, Jim was probably the most convincing round and the side to be defended by Script, considering that their choice of bringing a Womai and having some pretty good presence in the CCTV as well was certainly seeming to be giving us quite some good show, really.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, told you, using his magnets over here, so maybe they don't use the Wamai magnets in their strategy for making sure Jacuzzi wall doesn't get opened up.
It doesn't look like it. What we did see in the last time they've defended Jim is that Kick had an extra castle barricade in his hands, and once the breach was actually done onto the Jim door, he would come around and whilst all the chaos was ensuing, he would re-barricade it again, which was quite funny to me when I first saw it, but nonetheless, 1122 might be prompting to go in for the breach here. I'm curious whether they will be successful here.
Attackers
Yeah, they've got Edmund there, so Hibana on board. Just waiting for the prime remaining.
Attackers located a bomb.
Bandit Trick's coming out as right now they're fully aware that the bandit tricking is there in full speed and full go. As right now the drainage of the ADSs, pardon, my brain is blanking out slowly as well, will be there in full effect, as I believe Array is actually going to be running away scot-free here.
Oh, this is interesting. I think they're going to manage to put it down in time, and I think that's told 1-1-2-2. Alright, we're going to have to rotate then, guys.
And interestingly enough, no more EMPs there, but there's still 2 more charges of the X-Kairos pellets, as well as the 1 more of the thermite charge. So, which probably will be utilized more for some of the bigger pushes, as Toji does find the shot onto Edmund, so that is Hibana off the board, as well as that Dab found the shot to the head, and well, just like that, will be a full-on wipe. 2v3 after all the flurry of kills here.
Oh.
Bit of a misplay there, but playing off the bait onto CT, Coley should be able to pick him up, as now it's all up to Array. C4 coming out, will be finishing off CT, as right now Array decides to push up a little bit closer in a bit more unpredictable position. Buck knows about the position, but Array is faster with a shot. Fantastic play there by Team Script, as right now we are back to, I believe, 5 apiece.
Yep, going the distance on this one here, Cthulhu. The first one was a 7-2, nice and quick. It did have a big break in the middle of it. But this one, we are definitely going all the way.
Sure do, Monkey.
6-6 or one team can win it, just depends.
Yeah, it pretty much depends on how the next 2 rounds will finish out for both of us here. CCTV and Cash. The side that was, from my memory, I believe it wasn't successful for Script, but they were fairly close to it. And judging by how aggressive 1-1-2-2 managed to get on a fair few peaks, this could be very much their side to take.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, let's take a look at the scoreboard here. Dab, 15 kills on the thermite. 12 for Tolji. Seems like everyone else is at least fairly close together.
Yeah, even with Script, you have the 2 players of Cuervo and Rix following up with 8 kills apiece. Then you have Array and Kick and to close out the fray. So overall, pretty well distributed. Same can be said for 1-1-2-2. You have the big highlight, the MVP Dab with 15 kills, and then you have 7-7 for CD and Edmund, and then 5 and 6 for Coley and Jimmy.
Attackers are moving out to locate the bomb and
Well, into round number 11, the penultimate round, if I can get my words out.
Well, you did it at the end. That's all
Yeah.
that matters. Toji's position here could be quite powerful, as Kicked actually finds the first really early kill onto Edmund, and that is the Hibana off board. That is gonna hurt us now. All up to Dab, but CT is gonna casually refrag that.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where that was, but either way, we're in a one-man deficit for each
attackers
team.
have located a bomb. Attackers drop
There's Tolji going all the way down to blue.
I believe that was the peak by Valkyrie from either gym or bedroom window, because that's where CT was pre-firing continuously. So maybe that could have been where the shots came from initially. Oh no, wait, that was the front door. That was the front door. And so now for CT, this will be a cleanup of the ground floor to see if he can solidify some position from below.
Well, Coley is in garage. Like Rix wants to have something to say about that as he's jumping up on this long angle here. Oh, that's a good coconut there, Coley. Gonna find a Ray, popping it in his lap for him. And there's gonna be Cuervo trading one back. CTZ goes down. Cthulhu, this one's too close to call. I think we might end up with another draw here.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, with the sheer amount of trades that we will be seeing. I will not be surprised if this will be a full-on draw so far. Both of the teams been trading rounds, but a bit of a misplay there and miscalculation by Rix will be seeing him off board for this round. And now all up to Toji and Cuervo to clutch this up.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Cuervo wants to remain quite mobile though, getting downstairs. The plant's gonna start. Toji wants to jump out here as the plant goes down, or at least bait it.
Prime position on the rafters of the garage will be coming out as the vigil is knowledgeable. There's somebody right at the garage, but nobody knows about the position of the servers, and just like that, 1-1-2-2 claim themselves the match point. They will be guaranteeing themselves a draw at the very least.
At the very least, and it all depends on the fact whether Team Script can defend basement.
Let me take yet another peek at the scoreboard. So Script right now managed to win themselves 3 points. If they would have taken this round and then won the next one, so taken both maps, they would have been actually able to take over the 5th place from 1-1-2-2. But since they weren't able to do that, 1-1-2-2 with a draw now still will be able to remain on the 5th place.
Interesting. I did say that I was thinking it was going to be Jim, but no, they've decided to reattempt CCTV room and cash room here, Cthulhu.
Well, Script did get fairly close to closing it out in their favor, so really it will be a pretty good idea to retry it. But for the final round, I mean, hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah, that's a good mentality to have sometimes. Sometimes it's damaging, but gotta pick the right moments, of course.
Also, quick, yet another announcement another one, yes. So the Golden Gun arcade playlist is also now live. So after you finished watching all the goodness with the Pro League on Southeast Asia, do make sure to check it out on Siege for some cheeky one-taps with the Golden Deeg.
Yes, I remember it was very obvious what that was inspired by, Cthulhu. I don't know if you had an N64 back in the day.
Didn't really get it to play at the very beginning of it, but emulator and a half later, it was definitely quite enjoyable to play it. But for now, what is also enjoyable for Cuervo is the fact that he does manage to find a shot onto Dab and shut him down early into the round, albeit that Edmund finds the trade very quickly.
Interesting. I'm not exactly sure how he got that kill, but you could hear the tap, 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 tap at that pace, and the bullets ringing out. So, that was interesting.
Yeah, it could have been at a similar position where Cuervo, I believe, tried to contest at the main entrance with a double door. Maybe he could have held that angle from there, but that is a really nice position actually here for Array's dock here. But apart from that, really, there's not much to be really dissected from, as Jimmy will be attempting to dislodge the position of Array, but to no avail, as I believe there's a ADS guarding him as well. Nope.
And there comes the stun, but Array's not taking his eyes off it as the grenade comes on up. It is going to down him, but he can pick himself back up. Oh, here comes another. Oh, but he's going to be traded on out. Array finally does go down. But, kicked. He's lucky to be alive after he's vaulted out of there.
And just like that, with a 3 versus 3 in a matter of a minute, right now for Team Script, they would rather want to get a draw here, considering that, well, if they would end up resulting in a loss, it will be much harder for them to reclaim the 5th spot here against 1-1-2-2.
45 seconds on the clock, 45 seconds left in this matchup, Cthulhu. 3v3. There's the first of those gas babes. Is it the first? Yes, that's the first. You're just gonna have to delay them going for the plant. Maybe throw it a little bit too early. No ways to know with guns if you can force them to panic. 20 seconds.
Well, there is a nice crossfire that is being set up, as well as that Toji is about to go in for a very nice and very angry, not angry, but very aggressive rotation, and just like that, CT will be able to catch him off guard. C4 is not going to be present here for Kick, as right now he will be forced to go in for the peak. There's the peak, there's the denial of the plan, but there's one more player, there's CT to clutch this out, and 1122 will be claiming map number 2 for themselves.
That was so close, those final kills at the end there. He almost got them all. I'm a bit surprised that he wasn't able to make it, in fact. But he was just that close to flicking onto the player coming from Garage. 15 kills in the end for Dabex, 12 and 11 for Tolji and Cuervo. Good performances for some of those guys. As 1122 take the map 7-5. So another series where we've seen the maps trade 1-for-1, Cthulhu.
Yeah, and big props for 1122 after with bouncing back after a really dominant series from Script on map number 1. Did manage to play the second map really well, and the fact that they did play it for quite a fair few times during the first half of the season did definitely show that they were quite prepared and did manage to analyze their previous mistakes.
All right, well, we're going to try and get this interview up with Array from Script, guys. Just hold tight for a second. Cthulhu, you're still here for now, aren't you? Hello?
Hello? Yes?
Hello, Array. How you doing?
Actually pretty hungry, I know.
Actually pretty hungry. All right, well, we can make this quick for you, all right, mate? First map, you guys performed very well, even with the break in the middle, but second map, you weren't able to get the win. What went wrong?
Actually, I don't think that's our team just went wrong. We just play pretty bad at the second map.
Okay.
And it's not really on our forte map, to be honest, and you know, the ping, I don't know why, but Indonesian ISP just wants to fuck us up a lot.
Okay.
Not gonna make it an excuse, but
yep. No, that's fine. Yeah, there was that extended break in the first map when one of the players from 1122 dropped. Did that mess up your momentum at all, or you dealt with that fine, you reckon?
actually we're doing fine, man. We're just trying to have fun, doing this, doing that, trying this, trying that, but well, it didn't work out on the second map.
Alright, well, thanks so much for stopping by. I'll let you get to your food. I don't want to hold you for too long, alright? Any final words, though, for any fans out there?
Nah, just ESL Wire, please. We just want to play. We're getting a lot of issues with ESL Wires. Come on, man. Please.
Alright.
That's all.
Alright, thank you very much, Array. You enjoy your meal, mate.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Alright, well, that was Array from Team Script. Philly, you're back with me?
Yes.
Yes, alright. So we can see how we went for today. 6-6 to start things off, a draw between Polar Ace and 200 Degrees, followed by a 3-7 win for Polar Ace. Team Script taking the first map 7-2 between that matchup, and then 1122 managing to take down Script on the reverse fixture 7-5. Overall, a good day of games, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was definitely very much action-packed from one matchup to another. So honestly, it's been a very, very potent day for Southeast Asian Pro League today.
Yeah. Highlight for the whole day, Cthulhu. What would that be?
Highlight? Ooh. I mean, honestly, probably the consulate. Just the way how some of the rounds went really unpredictable, and that ace by Edmund probably will be one of the bigger ones.
Yeah, especially in such a short time, having to get the retake. He was hitting some swift headshots there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was doing quite some work, and that double C4 to kick things off as well from the very beginning definitely did kick things off quite well for the retake.
Yeah, all right, sweet. Well, we're just waiting on the guys over at production to get things finished on up. So, yeah, I reckon it was a pretty good week of Rainbow Six Pro League for the Southeast Asia region. Nothing really went too differently. All right, we can see the standings now after how things have ended up here. 1122 have put themselves, kept that 5th spot position. We've seen, no movement really, have we?
Yeah, no movement. A few slight updates for just points-wise, really. 200 degrees. Yes, they only managed to get a draw, but it was a much-needed draw to break that curse of the lost games. Whereas, congrats to 1122 as they are only 1 point away from actually starting to draw out with Lisey and maybe even potentially grabbing their 4th spot there.
Yeah, they've definitely been a revelation this season, haven't they, Script? Unfortunately, they played well in the first map. It's just the second one is where they tripped up, and we can look forward to the next week, the Super Week, if you will, to decide how things are going to finally stand on the table. But this is looking kind of like how we're going to expect it to end up, isn't it, Cthulhu?
Yeah, I'm just excited for that whole contention between Q-Confirm and Giants as to who will end up at the end of this Super Week claiming that first spot for themselves on the ladder, considering that there won't be any APAC LAN, there won't be any Sao Paulo finals, so the end of the online portion of Pro League will be pretty much finalizing the end of the Pro League in general for ourselves as well here.
Yes, indeed. So, I think, that top spot, Q-Confirm and Giants, is going to come down to just who can win between them when they face up against each other. And if they draw them all, then I think it's going to be Giants, just because they've got that 1 point advantage, considering Q-Confirm lost a game yesterday. Drew a game. Lost a game, whereas Giants drew one.
Yeah, definitely that draw will come in right at the final time when all the tally of the points and wins will be coming around. So yeah, it's quite huge, the fact that comparative to Q-Confirm, Giants were able to at the very least draw it out for themselves.
Yes, indeed. So, overall good day, Cthulhu. Any final thoughts before we send it off?
Honestly, I'm excited for the Super Week to come out, because I reckon we will be seeing quite a fair few of the storylines form up for that top 4 part of the bracket, really. As well as that, we'll just maybe even the relegation points, I believe, will be coming around as well.
Yeah, it's been a great season so far, but I kind of can't help but feel like we're reaching a bit of an anticlimactic end. As kind of sad it is to say, recent events are just causing us having to cancel lands and such. I'm sure a lot of people aren't going to be too happy about that. But guys, we have to go. Thanks so much to everyone that tuned on in, and we'll see you next week.
Catch you later.
Heart into something gold. No, I sold my soul to the devil.